Hi, welcome to Family Sense. Family Sense is dedicated to equipping every man, every woman, every husband, every wife with practical wisdom on family and marriage, especially in these toughest times. This is a production of No Regrets Communication, a division of Hope Education Network. Should you have any questions or need any information, please feel free to contact us on 0772 518 554. You can also contact us on 0754 734 738. You can also email us on noregrets@counselor.com. Right now, join in for insights from today's session. God bless you.
Oh yes, when you see me dance, I dance like a winner man. See me dance, I dance like a winner man. When you see me dance, I dance like a winner man. When you see me dance, I dance like a winner man. When you see me wave, I wave like a winner man. I wave like a winner man. Oh, winner man. Oh, come on. Oh, winner man. Oh, winner man. Oh, yes. Hey, my God is good. Oh. Everything is double, double. Everything is better, better. Everything is double, double. Everything is better, better. Telemuka, 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 telemuka. Panda, panda, panda. Come on, panda. Higher, higher. Akalulu, hallelujah. Amen, 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 amen. Oh, winner man. Oh, winner man. Oh, winner man. Come on, let's bless his name. Father, we bless you. We thank you that we are winners. We are proclaiming that we are victorious. We are proclaiming that, Lord, we are mighty in the land, oh God. We bless your name for who you are. We proclaim your goodness to us. We thank you, Lord. We bless your name. Oh, and here I am to worship. Here I am to bow down. Here I am to say that you're my God. You're altogether lovely, altogether worthy, altogether wonderful to me. I'll never know, I'll never know how much it costs to see my sin, to see my sin upon that cross.
I'd like to welcome you once again for Family Sense. I would like to ask Mrs. Kayondo to tell us what Family Sense is all about.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Morning, how are you? You're very welcome. So what is Family Sense about for those who are here for the first time and are probably wondering what is this about? We've called our gatherings Family Sense, but the purpose of our Family Sense gathering is to equip ourselves, is to equip a generation with wisdom on all matters concerning marriage and family. We are here to equip ourselves with wisdom. We are calling it here gracious wisdom. And where does this wisdom come from? You know, where does this come from? The only source of wisdom for us here is the word of God. Here we come equipped with the manual. I believe the manual is the Bible. It is a tool that the marriage and family manual. Yes, it is something we refer to, and you will hear it being referred to here consistently. And the other one was our will of marriage. That will shares the pillars or the main principles of family and marriage as given to us in the Word of God in Genesis chapter 2. But all through these years, since we began in 2017, we have been sharing the principles of family and marriage based on what is given in Genesis chapter 2, you know, where the Bible speaks of God creating resources, and we shall talk more about it this session, you know, and that he gave us resources. And when he put man in the Garden of Eden, he didn't put him there for holiday. He also told him that work and take care of, which is the second principle you see there. First, he created resources. Then, you know, he gave man a responsibility that work and take care of. And if you notice that wheel, we have 3 circles. Well, we have a number of circles, but there is a series there that is in blue, and then that is in green, and one that is in red. But these circles are given for a purpose. That the blue is talking about the principle that the Lord gave us, obtained from Genesis chapter 2. Then he created light, and he created resources. But what is in green is when you handle that principle correctly and you apply it correctly, what is in green is what you get as a family. You know, for example, the Lord gave resources. Handle the principles of resources correctly, what you will have as a family are assets. You will build assets. You will build wealth. But if you fail to walk in the principle correctly and not apply it rightly, what you will end up with is a family that is always in debt, liabilities. Family that is in debt, family that is struggling, or an individual, or if you're still, you know, alone. So when he put in the Garden of Eden, he gave responsibility, that it is enterprise, what you see there, work, and failure to apply that principle correctly. I mean, when you apply it correctly, what you have is responsibility, and if you apply it wrongly, irresponsibility. So we have been progressing around this wheel, you know. When God put them in the Garden of Eden, he says, you may eat of every, you know, fruit, except. So he gave some rules, some guidelines on how to do things and what not to do. So you see rules. Apply rules, you get order. Even in your family, even in your work, wherever we are, even in the nation of Uganda. Failure to do so, we get chaos. So I will not go all around it, but we have been going over these principles step by step, giving the introduction and then going deeper so that we all understand how these principles work and how we can apply them. So for the past 2 sessions, and even before lockdown, but even the last session we had in February, we are at resources and enterprise. We are handling those 2 principles. So wherever you find us, you haven't missed anything. You just follow, and you will be right. You will move right along comfortably with each one of us. How do you get the most when you come here? How is it? What should you do to get the most of what is happening here, to benefit from it, so that you don't leave excited yet empty-handed? You know, what do we do to get the most of today? First of all, we have set a principle. We are saying, do not pick tips. I know in Uganda, we are very good at picking tips or ideas here and there. Someone will say, this thing works. And you just pick up that idea and run with it. Yet we haven't fully understood, we haven't fully understood how does this thing work. Even in school, someone will tell you, write a research project or something, and the first person something does is go and pick up someone else's and just pick up, what did this person do? Copy a good one. So we just want to pick tips and here copy without bothering to see how exactly does this thing work, How does this connect? How does this idea connect with the next idea to tell a whole story so that we get the fullness of the message? So here we are saying we don't want tips. Please don't pick here and there. Listen, let's get the whole story. Otherwise, we will only be excited. We've all had those sermons where you even lift up the chair, and then you go out and eventually by the end of the week it's gone. Here we don't want to only be excited. We want things we can apply. The second, that it is vital to adopt the discipline of following in order to get the full story. You've got to follow. You've got to go from step by step. What did we say last time? How does what we are saying today connect to last time? Please connect the pieces. These ideas we are presenting, these concepts that we are presenting, let us connect them so that we can get the whole story. And for this, we need to teach ourselves to listen. We really need to help ourselves get in the habit of listening, And that is, listening is a challenge for us many times. And then we are saying that progress will come by mastering the story and success by diligently applying it. What we are saying is, these concepts we are sharing, the success of it comes by, listen. What is the concept? How does one step connect to the next? And then whatever we are learning as a principle, apply it. Start trying and don't give up. Do it consistently. It requires discipline. Keep on. And we already thank you for the discipline of keeping on coming to Family Sense, because many times people want which one? I'm not seeing the one that, but we are saying let us build life and we will all get better. So let us be diligent in applying whatever we get. And then we need to be aware that all this, what we are talking about, is not easy. It is tough work. It is not for the timid. It is not for those who are looking for smooth sailing. It is for those who are determined not to give up. I will apply until I get a result. So we are building a concept. We are connecting ideas to form a whole story that you can go and apply to your family, to your work, and see a result that the Lord promises in His what? In His word. If we are diligent, if we are consistent, if we listen, if we follow the whole story. So we are saying let us make these principles our rule of work. Who remembers what was the last session about? Visionary. We spoke about a visionary and we created a word similar to missionary. We created a word and we were saying, what is a visionary? We said this is doing work or business with a sound and clear mission and to do good to everyone at all times. So the core pillars of a visionary is good work done with a clear what? Mission. So do good work with a clear what? Mission. And we are saying this is the only kind of work that can pass the test of generations. Why? Because in Uganda we all have a good we have a good reputation of doing work and starting work. And then you walk by a few years and that piece of work has gone and someone else has started a new one. Well, if someone sustains it through their lifetime, as soon as they die, that business is buried with them. As Mr. Mwesuba says, when you're still young and energetic, the business is young and energetic. As you grow old and tired, the business begins to grow old and tired. As they put you in the grave, the business is also tending towards the what? But that is not the Lord's plan. He says, there's a proverb that says, a wise man leaves inheritance for his children's children. We are looking at work that passes the test of generations. And that is what we are saying, visionary. Work done with a clear mission, and good work that passes the test of generations. That is what we spoke about, you know. And whatever you're doing, if you're a pastor, you're a what? Okay, maybe you can say missionary. But whatever it is, your line of work, we are creating visionaries. We want to create visionaries, you know, and we are saying the result and the fruit of a visionary is healthy finance. It's the only way we will have healthy finances as individuals, as families, and it's the only way to build a strong and proper economy. Good work with a clear mission that passes the test of generations. We talked about a visionary. Secondly, we went and talked about economy. Proverbs 24, prepare your work, make it fit in the field, and then build your house. We were looking at those three stages. Finish your outdoor work, make your field ready, and then build your house as our core scripture on wisdom on what economy is. And yes, if you remember, we said economy really is work. Finish your outdoor work. Do your work. Then make your field ready, which is when you work, what do you get out of work? When we work, we get reward. We get some sort of reward from work. So, from work, we get rewards. And then the other principle is manage the rewards. And this is the core of economy. Do good work. From the good work, we get rewards. And we manage those rewards well. Proper management of rewards. We are looking at it, work, get rewards, and then proper management of rewards. And that is the core of economy. That is the core of economy. And really, we also understood about concerning rewards, that the thing we all think of when we look at rewards is money. But that rewards are broader than money. And when we look at money first, we miss the point. But the reward of work is wider than money. There are many things that we get from work. There is the reward of experience and learning. There is a reward of building networks. There is the reward of the gratitude that you get. And yes, there is also the financial, monetary reward. But if you also build properly on the other earlier rewards that I've mentioned, knowledge and experience, or skills and experience, the networks, the gratitude, eventually those ones will generate for you the monetary reward. But in Uganda, we mostly we tend to hurry to focus on funirawa, the money, and we miss the plot. So we are saying that economy is simply that, and that it is simple, and it actually concerns all of us. It is not the concern of Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. It is not the concern of Bank of Uganda. It actually concerns each one of us as individuals. And if we don't understand it personally, you and I, as individuals, that do your work correctly, get your rewards, manage them well. The family economy cannot apply to family. You will not have good economy in your family, and the nation will be disorganized. The nation cannot do, because it's people who work in government. If they don't get it individually, they can't organize it for us nationally. So we must understand it. God intended it to be plain and simple for each one of us. Okay? So this is where we dwelt last time, and this is where we are going to continue. If you see that, we are going to continue focusing on that work, building a system of work, as you saw in your invitation. We are going to keep going through the sessions this year. We are going to continue focus on that until at least all of us can do something about setting the systems of our work properly, step by step. We've been talking about a system of work, and your invitation kept saying system of work. So what is a system? We get very complicated about this. But a system, we are saying, are simple steps. One step following another step, which a person does in order to fulfill any task. And that is a system. As simple as that. So when we talk of system here, understand it, that we are talking about the simple steps that you take one after another in order to fulfill your task, in order to fulfill your work. And work, what is work? We are talking about setting a system of work. But work are those actions that are done to satisfy the needs of people. Work actions, or the steps you take, or the activities you undertake in order to satisfy the needs of people. And that is work. And that is work. So when we talk about system of work, we are saying the simple steps following one after another that you and I will do or use in order to satisfy needs of people. So last time we started discussing the system of work. As we were talking about, we started talking about a system of work. And what did we look at? We looked at placements. What were we saying? There is a notion, a common notion in Uganda that, I think you've heard it say, let me work. I'm tired of being someone's employee. I'm tired of working after I'm tired of working for someone. I will retire and do my own things. Nkoyo kunkozesa. That is the common term. Nkoyo kunkozesa. Nange nja kutandika ebyange. I will also start my own work. And we are saying that actually this is a wrong what? Mindset. It is a wrong mindset that a person who does not start their own work, as we say it, their own business, is a failure. Or their own business is a failure. And that is not true. Because that God created a balanced system. If everyone was a boss, who would do the work in that business? Who are the other people who would undertake the necessary tasks in that business? So in God's plan, not everyone is supposed to start a work. We talked about placements, that there are different types of levels of work. There is one, they are the entrepreneurs, those who start businesses, those who set visions and start up the businesses. But there are also managers, those who undertake the operations, those who run or organize the systems, the procedures of work in a business and make sure it's running correctly. And then there are also who remembers the handymen, those who actually do the tasks. And God created each of us with different abilities. Each of these levels have their abilities. We talked about them. An entrepreneur or a visionary is a starter. They see far, They are starters
but they can't do the managing. Their abilities are different from the one who will run the day-to-day operations, and then the handymen who will implement the tasks. People are different. It's about the ability God has given you. And I think each of us had an assignment to go back and examine ourselves and ask the question, who am I? You know, who am I? Because it will save us making a lot of mistakes. It will also give us peace and comfort in where we are placed. So who am I? You know, it's about the abilities that the Lord has given you. Place yourself correctly, you will thrive, you will have the joy. But misplace yourself and things will fall apart. So each of us have our abilities that set us in places. It's not about prestige. It is not about if I get promoted to manager. If I will have this money. It's not about money. It's not about prestige. It's about where you are best placed. To reflect on these matters, we will all learn, you know, how to recognize among the people you have, you know, who is an entrepreneur, who is a manager, and who is a handyman. And, you know, the fact that one is a teacher, actually they may even have abilities of a manager as teachers. So we continue, we will all learn how to handle these things and how to recognize the different capacities and the different people we have for ourselves. Personally, if you tell me, set up something and tell us where to go, you're giving me a hard task. But you start something and say, you know, coordinate, run, organize that one, you're making me happy. But tell me lead, you're weighing me down. So as we continue to discover these things, we become lighter in the course of doing our work. So that is where we stopped last time with that assignment that, you know, let's discover ourselves and let us continue to discover. So we want to move on to the general setup of work, you know, and we are looking here at the pillars of work, you know. We always talk about, as we talk about work, that I would like to start up some work, but I don't have capital, I don't have capital. And in Family Sense, we are always asking ourselves, what is that? You know, what is capital, really? And we want to go to the book of Genesis and share from the book of Genesis, chapter 1. We'll read it. And here we are seeing the account of creation, how God went on to create one by one, you know, starting from from verse 3 where he said, let there be light, you know. Then from there we see about air, you know, let there be light. And he saw that it was good. And he called the light day and the darkness night. And then he said, let there be space, you know, which we look up there and we call sky. Let there be space, you know, which is really full of air, which is full of all kinds of gases, you know. And then from there, he said, let there be a space between the waters to separate the waters of the heavens from the waters of the earth. And verse 7, we see God made the space to separate the waters of the earth from the waters of heaven. And God called the space sky, you know. And then he said, verse 9, let the waters beneath the earth come to one place. So we see water. And then we see land, how he separated out water to be contained within their water bodies, and then to have a dry ground, which is land. And then following that, he said, seeing that it was good, and then he said, let the land sprout with vegetation, all sorts of seed-bearing plants and trees. And so we got plants. And following that, he said, did we go as far as animals? But eventually, he said, let there be animals. And we see the beginning, God creating these resources. In Genesis 1, they are all over the world. They are in every country. Those are the resources from which everything comes. Everything, absolutely everything we use in this world comes from those basic resources that God created in Genesis 1. And there is no country that does not have them. You know, there is no country that does not have them. You know, we like to say that Uganda is a what kind of country? First of all, we call it the Pearl of Africa. Then after saying it's the Pearl of Africa, we say it's a third world country, the poorest, you know. But, you know, it is, for me, that talk is almost saying, I realized also that God is unjust, that he is an unfair God, that he gave some people everything and he left some of us poor. But there is no place in the world that God did not give some resource or all those resources in one form or another. He gave each country. Therefore, if it's a race, he put all of us on the same starting point. He did not put a 3-year-old on a starting line with a 20-year-old and expect them to win the same what? Race. He gave all of us the same start. So, resources and the work is all around there, you know. Resources, we have resources. Then we want to, can we read Genesis 2, Genesis chapter 2, verse 15. Mine is NLT, New Living Translation. He says, the Lord God placed the man in the Garden of Eden to tend and watch over it. So he went and put all these resources that we see, and then he put people and said, work and take care. So if I have a square mile of land, what do I call myself in Uganda? A landlord. So if I take a stool and sit and look at my land every day, what will I become? Will I be, what kind of person will I be? And then they bring the bank slip for school fees. You know? I will be very poor and call myself a third what? World citizen. Yet I have a vast resource of a what? A square mile. So in principle he said, work and take care. It is the only way any benefit will come of you out of your square mile. So a resource, those resources are not wealth. In order for them to become wealth, something must what? Happen. And that something involves work and take care. So work and take care for what? You know? Can we remind ourselves of Matthew 25, verse 31 to 40? You know, he is saying, he is promising us that he will come back. The king will what? Will come back in all his glory, with all his angels. And then there will be a process of what? Separation. Some people on the right and some people on the left. Some will become goats, not literally, but they will be that side of goats and sheep. And what is the basis? He said, I was hungry. He is then talking about the basic needs that we all have as human beings. Anyone. What does a hungry person need? Food. I was hungry, you know, and you fed me. I was thirsty. What does a thirsty person need? Drink. A thirsty person needs drink. I was a stranger, and you invited me in your home. What is your home a reflection of? Shelter, you know. I was naked. What does a naked person need? Clothing, you know. I was naked, and you clothed me. You know. I was sick. What does a sick person need? I was in prison. What does a prisoner need? Comfort, you know. I was in prison, you know, and you visited me. And the righteous ones will reply, Lord, when did we ever see you? But he says, whatever you've done for the least of my brothers, you've done to me. But in here, he is giving us the basic, you know. And he said, he blessed them in the beginning, and with responsibility that work what do we work for in order to meet needs? Do work. There are resources. Apply the resources. Do work and care in order to meet needs. Is there, we always speak about, not seeing money, being in need, being in poverty, and we are talking about money. Is there anyone you'll ever sell something to that they don't need? Unless you manipulate them. People will pay for what they need. And therefore, all work addresses needs. All work addresses needs. So resources that people work and take care of in order to satisfy and meet needs. And you can see there are businesses all along there. There is work to do for all sorts of people, regardless of your placement. There is work here at resources. You're not going to capture air from the sky and just use it anyhow. There is need to extract. There is the processes of converting, refining. So there are businesses around there. And then work and take care of. In order to work, we need skills. There are businesses around applying and providing skills. And then making these things, working and taking care of, to produce, to satisfy needs. Then there are basic needs or primary needs, food, water, drink. Food, drink. And then there are secondary needs and luxury needs. So that is the whole system of work. That is how work moves. That is how work moves. So I would like us to move to the next slide, please. What we have is a circle here that reflects the primary needs that we have spoken of: food, drink, shelter, clothing, health, visits. Each of these, several businesses, and there's plenty of work around each of those needs. For example, the example we've given there for food, what do we need in order for food to arrive in an hungry man's stomach? What kind of work is involved around the food? If we can give examples. Yes, Pastor Sandy. Yes, what is agriculture? Farming. What is farming? Producing that food. So someone has to actually grow the food. What does the grower of food need? Needs hoe, needs, land, they need hoe, so there is a whole load of work. They need land, they need seeds, they need tools, they need labor, And after they have grown food, then what happens? There is the whole level. There is then transport. There is packaging, there is marketing, there is stocking to know which, you communicate with people to know where to take it. But there is also another level of work surrounding that. Someone is setting standards. What quality of, do you bring all your cassava with all its soil and everything in a particular supermarket? Or, there is the whole process of accounting, setting standards, and then above all, the end, we have luxurious foods there. Someone processes sweets, ice cream. So around each need, there is a whole range of work, a whole range of activities that can be done, a whole range. And each one of them, requires a system on how to do it. So basically, if those things are not done, then the needs will not be met, and there will be no reward there will be no one in earning a reward. So we are talking about setting a system of work. Why is it important? Whatever you choose to do, whatever sphere of work you go into, we need to set a system of work. Why? Because if you don't have a proper system of work, whatever you do will be wild. Anyhow, something will happen. Let it be trading in Irish potatoes. You will just start and move all sorts of direction in a disorderly way. The work will be disorganized. You do things anyhow. You do them at any time you want, in any way that you want. There will be no balance in your work. Costs will increase. Everything will cost you because the kind of tasks maybe you would have organized to do together, you're doing them separately, hiring people to do each task. So everything costs a lot of money, and that work cannot stand the test of time. We are talking about visionaries, good work, done with a clear purpose to last the test of generations. But when we have a system, work is organized. When you know that in order for me to produce this particular good, whether it's food or this particular service, I start by, I need to do A, B, C. What resources do I need to do A, B, and C? Who do I need? When should I do a particular activity? When should I not do a particular activity? Then even the effort you apply to work will be justified. It will be reasonable. You will have a plan for the tasks involved in work. You will be able to obtain the knowledge relevant to do the different tasks. And as you do, in the course of doing the work, you grow in wisdom. The last time when I did activity A and B, it didn't work out. The best way now I've learned to do it is by, so experience. Wisdom comes with experience, with the lessons you're learning from doing the work. We are going to be moving on components of a system of work, and I would like to stop there for now, and we'll invite Mr. Mwesigwa.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Kayondo, for that great exposition. She needs a greater hand clap. And most importantly, we clap for the Lord Jesus Christ. None of us can claim that these things are his or hers because we are aware of who the owner is. And she has done a very serious job. And as you realize, we are dealing with matters of economy. Unashamed about it and very aware it's a hard task, but it's a task we have to face and we have to deal with anyway. There are no options to it. For many generations, especially in my growing years, we used not even to buy Bibles. Someone had to buy for us some Bibles and bring them for free. And what would happen is that if one told you, I'm going to sell to you my Bible, you would say, hey, does the word of God get sold? But there is always a cost attached to it, even for something you receive free of charge. Right now, we are really having a very big task and a very big challenge and a terrible attitude. We are always expecting to be given free things. But what you have received free of charge, believe me, whether you know it or not, there is a cost attached behind there. Someone else probably is meeting a cost on your behalf, is meeting a cost on my behalf, but it actually costs. It costs even to print that Bible. It costs a lot to translate it. It costs a lot to move it from one place to another before I get it. And I will never forget about 22 years ago when I bought some little Bible, a pocket Bible, when my eyes could still read it. And I bought it at about 80,000 of that time. But it was very handy because I was always traveling, sharing the gospel as you see it. And then someone said, how much did you buy this? It looks so nice. He liked to have it. And I told him I bought it 80,000. He looked at me and looked at a confused man. He said, how can you spend all that money on a Bible? Why? Because he expected a Bible to be free. And I told him I'm glad I bought one and I didn't use it to buy a bottle of beer, 2, 3, or 4. And up till today, I'm still utilizing mine I don't know what he's utilizing his 80,000 for. But when I pick up and I just begin to see how much resource and great wisdom that is in the Bible, I don't regret my investment in buying the Bible. So we have to break that thing, and we have to understand some of these things. And whoever gives you something free, there are two ways. Either he is very, very, very genuine, that he means well and he desires you to grow up, or he is out to manipulate you and leave you a slave. And if you receive something free and you don't do your part, you will always be waiting for someone to give you something for free. And that's dangerous. Giving help is good. Helping those who can't afford is good. But the kind of help God always gives, and if you look at all his principles, is if you give help to help somebody get out of vulnerability so that he gets firm and steady to help himself, to stop being on drip. If one is sick, he will probably need some drip somewhere. But if that person stays on drip for a year, that person must be very, very sick indeed. Anything that has life in it should be able to sustain itself. Life should be able to sustain what? Itself. The moment you see that something is meant to be alive and no longer has life in it, it has to depend on another to have life in it, then that must be very sick, or probably it is dead. And is that the kind of work we want to do? It shouldn't be so. So that's part of why we are dwelling into these details. You know, we promise so much. You are going to prosper this year. You are going to do this. Thank you so much. It's possible to prosper. But what's the process of getting into that? And we never bother about processes. We never bother about how we get into these details, how we get into the reality of the prosperity we keep talking about. And sometimes I might even promise you, then I ask you to get me some money in my pocket, give a seed. Not bad, but let us watch. Let us be real. Let us have a difference. Let us be men and women who just don't really feel bad about things or feel good about things and do nothing about those things we feel good or feel bad about. Let us do something. And here we are really getting into how we get to do something about which we feel about. And of course, Mrs. Kayondo, let's go back a little bit to that thing. She really penned off at something, but there was a piece of scripture which she has just been reading, and I would like us to read it a bit. Let's get to Ecclesiastes chapter 9, verse 10, which was the scripture somewhere there. Let us all together read. Whatever your hand finds to do, do it with all your might. For in the grave, can we repeat that? For in the grave where you are going. Can we repeat that a bit? In the grave where you are going. Actually, let's make it personal. Let us begin again. Whatever my hand finds to do, I should do it with all my might. For in the grave where I am going. We repeat it again. In the grave where I am going, there is neither working, nor planning, nor knowledge, nor wisdom. How does that sound like? Scary? Whatever my hand finds to do, I should do it with all of myself, all of my life. Now, this is not a place for trying out. Let me try out this, or let me try out this, or let me try out this. It is either all or nothing. That is it. Any work which is going to start to pass the taste of generations requires all of yourself. and not part of it. Not part of you. You are either in it or you are out of it. If you are just partially in it, believe me, it will never be stable. It will never flourish. It will always be mediocre. It will always be poor quality if you don't give it your spirit. That's where I want to begin from. And you see, it says, neither working, nor planning, nor knowledge, and no wisdom. All working, all effort is not needed in the grave, not even in heaven there. It is needed where? Here on earth. Even all the knowledge that you can ever obtain is required where? And it's only useful where? And nowhere else. If you don't apply it, it will be of no use anywhere else. All planning is required where? Here on earth, not anywhere else. Here. All the wisdom must be used where? Here on earth. That's the thing. And that tells us those are the primary needs, the things we need to do any work. We need effort, we need knowledge, we need planning, and we need wisdom. If you don't have plan, and you don't have knowledge of what you're going to do, you don't have wisdom of what you're going to do, believe me, any plan will be mediocre, any work will end up being mediocre, poor quality. Not as helpful as it should have been. And many of us, one or two or three people here might be a witness to that. That yes, you've applied so much effort. Thank you for applying all the effort. Are you applying all that effort with yourself in it? Are you giving it attention? Are you focused in what you are doing? Are you consistent at it? Are you committed to it? Or you're just trying out things? That's what it means, all of yourself. And then two, what's your plan? And you know, when you hear plan, then probably you need a degree in planning. No. Planning is just being organized. When you give attention to something, you begin to see what you need to do and what you don't need it, and how even to do it. That's the way things are. I've found ourselves many times rushing into things because this is a great idea. Bifuna, this idea, efuna. And the people keep talking about that. And next you hear them running on the road, running after this, running after the other, and they're all in there. And many times they get beaten, sometimes with the borrowed money, of course. You understand? Sometimes the borrowing is from a relative if they don't have an asset. Lend me some money, I start something, I start this, I start the other. Then next they are avoiding that relative of theirs. Do these things happen here on earth? Because for me, I see them in the Mars where I live. Right? Then next, if it's borrowed money, they go into the bank. Money they worked so hard for and they sweated for, they lose even the little that they had. Because they are running into things and they have not bothered to do what? To understand what they are entering into. And how are all these things related to family? Because the truth, my little run around this world, the strongest businesses in this world are actually family businesses. They are family businesses. Those are the businesses that have tasted that have traveled the taste of what? Time and generations. Try to do your own research. And you'll find it out. Why? Because they have something they are dying for. There is something they want to implement. There is something they want to pursue as a family. One is pursuing a story behind it. And many times, you see, even in Uganda here, when you find people doing things of government, of public, how do they handle? Everybody is detached from it. And that's why people do as they please. Because they have no value attached to it. They just see that one is for everybody. And nobody cares about it. I see the picture. And the battle in Uganda is many family businesses always struggle. And the mind we have is that family businesses cannot survive. Or don't even bring in family. And let me tell you, the problem is not family. The problem is how we manage family. That's where the real problem is. When we fail to manage our families, then we fail even to manage our businesses. That is the way. So lousy management of a family is what leads to lousy management of a family enterprise. That is the way it is. That's why we are talking about family enterprise here. And we are showing God's grace and abundant wisdom for us to manage things, building up right from a family. There is no way you can have a strong economy, an economy which is dependent on itself, which is not relying on external support when the families are weak, when the family businesses and enterprises are not moving well. And that's why we are depending on always borrowing or handouts as a nation. And we don't realize those who give us the handouts actually generate the money from us ourselves. We don't realize. Now let me tell you something. In economies all around, even international economy, I have found without any doubt, and I'm sure and I can stand by it, China will not ever give you aid of what he has not made from you. Not even America, not even Britain, not even France. They make the money out of you and then lend you or give you some of it to keep holding you to say, we are good guys, making money from you. And we give you a bit of it. Yes, that's how it is. If that will annoy you, it is okay. If it will make you feel so terrible, so until you do something, that is okay. And when we're saying we don't have, meanwhile they are signing up contracts to manage, to make for you water, to make for you what? But they are the ones managing. Even to build for you and me roads, but from money made from you. That will be a discussion of another time. But it gets down to what? How we manage ourselves. And that's why you see, when we are here, and I begin to see whatever inspired Pastor Chisa and his wife to bring forth these youngsters to be part of this, I want to thank you so much. And I wish everyone, I see even the other junior, looking very seriously. Please let us bring our families so that our children learn the right and proper perspective of work and the right approach to work when they are still young. So we wait until we are in Makerere University or whichever university for us to learn how to work. Believe me, we shall always continue struggling because we are already set. And we call that a mindset, even a heart set. You set it wrongly, what happens? Undoing it. Learning what is right and proper, you have to undo all that you set wrongly. And that's probably what we are dealing with when we are already adults. And some of us are soon retiring. And changing from that is very costly, man. So we have to do it right ahead of time. If I want to apply it, I would like my children to do so and my grandchildren. And you realize when you set it up early enough, you realize work is not meant to be a burden. Work is meant to be an enjoyable thing. Work is meant to be such a beautiful thing to do that by the evening you say, oh, I thank you, Lord, for this great work that you've enabled me to do this today. That's how it is. And there is plenty of work. And people to do the work are nowhere. There is plenty of work to do around here. In Uganda, we should not even be talking about joblessness. And this time I'm really living in Uganda, not in the Mars. I'm living in Uganda. And I walk around the streets of Uganda. There is so much work to be done. And when we don't do it, someone else will come and do it. They will say, yeah, no, it's okay. We can do it for you. And they will do it for you. And then you pay for it through the nose, of course, and you lose it. I can throw it around here. So, members, we must do something. And we shall not do it according to how we have always handled ourselves. And with that said, we can go on to see. So if we are really going to do our work very well, we need to learn to be systematic. And that's where the real thing is. It's not that we are not applying effort, but we are applying effort in a haphazard way, in a confused, disorganized way. That's where the real biggest problem is. And that's what we want to address today. As well as we can, and as much as we can handle today. If we do that today, it will be good. And of course, you've got to make certain personal notes you are observing as we move along. And so, seeking to be systematic in what we do is the date we are having today. There is so much to be said, but we can't say everything in the single day. And even when you take too much at a go, what is going to happen? It's going to be too much, and you lose even the value we have. So we want to take a piece at a time. A piece at a time. But let us take that piece. Let it be so good. Let it be so what? So good. Than taking too much so terribly. And that's the meaning of today, of which Mrs. Kayondo has already so well done what initiates us into that. And if you are really going to have a proper system of work, we have those are the 4 components of any work, and I want to say anywhere in the world. These things are fundamental, and that is where any work is going to be systematic, is going to be organized. It doesn't matter whether it is church, or it is agriculture, or it is politics, or it is educating, or it is whatever it is, even if it's an industry. Those are the fundamentals of any work that is really going to be stabilized, that is going to be so good, that is going to be run and flourish, that is going to blaze and prosper. Those are the 4 fundamentals. The first one is how tasks are arranged to function. Arranging tasks. That's the first. What happens? You don't just perform tasks. And if you just want to perform tasks, there are so many. But if you do them in a confused way, altogether, you're going to miss it. And I want to learn this from the Lord himself in Genesis chapter 1 where I've just read. I'm just giving an example. Why didn't he created everything in a systematic way? He had all the power to say, let there be everything. And you know how we want everything to be there on day one. Isn't that how we tend to operate? We want to do everything. please me, that is being unreal. You can't do everything. You're setting yourself up to destroy yourself by trying to do everything and achieving everything in a day, 2, 3, 1 week. When somebody gets to a job, he wants to make all the money by the end of the month. If he doesn't get it, at least he will steal it. Are those things happening around here? But God, in all the power he had, he was setting a template showing us how things should be done. And what does he say? He went step by what? Step. Let there be this. And it was there. He didn't move on to any new task without first checking. And he saw it was what? Good. Then say, when it is good, the next what? Step. How do you operate your work? That is just to give you an example of how tasks are arranged to function as a fundamental thing. And secondly, how resources are deployed to do what? To function. So it's one thing to do. It's another to apply what? The resources. How are you going to apply the resources at your exposure? And many times we assume resources equals, you know the problem, I don't have capital. And what is in the mind of capital? Money. We miss it. We miss it. And if, let me tell you something. Friends, this work has kept moving. I'm only a steward of it. I don't even own it, but I am responsible for it. It's a long one. But the issue is this work has been sustained with an original 6,000 shillings. Uganda shillings is what I'm talking about. With an instruction, don't beg. Don't do what? Don't beg for foreign aid. Don't beg anyone. It was hard, 6,000 shillings, it was enough for 3 meals. But with proper and careful handling of 6,000 shillings, knowing what to do and how to utilize it very well, I would say Ebenezer for now. Because I can get a piece of scripture here and I just toss it to you and excite you around it and make you feel so good and so powerful. When I'm really, I don't live by it. I live by these things every day. I don't tell you, I tell myself these things. I have seen possibilities. 6,000 shillings. Today it is too small. Then it was a very good lunch here. You could get some 2 or 3 lunches out of it here. Today that same lunch is 45,000 shillings in a Hotel Kotore. Here. 3 lunches is what keeps brewing. And how much of what we have we actually tossed away and lost it and actually despised the things that we have? Okay? So we have to know how resources are deployed to function well. Okay? Thirdly, we need to know how people are deployed in the work. How we deploy people. How do we and you know, people represent skills and effort applied to produce something. That's the work and take care. Because any piece of work requires people. In fact, these days we are talking about automation, isn't it? But what do you use to automate? You want to use computers to automate? Will we still need someone to make that computer which is automating or not? And believe me, good machinery, powerful machinery will never replace the requirement for good workmanship. Never. Even when you have very good machinery, if you have very poor workmanship, you will still produce poor quality things. I've seen this all around. Even people have very wonderful equipment, but they are producing poor quality what? Work with very good machinery. Machinery never replaces the need for very good workmanship. And that's what we are dealing with here today. So, how people get deployed to function properly. So you realize that if you have your tasks arranged, given in an order, and then 2, your resources are well deployed, you know which resource to do what, at what time, for what reason, and then you know which person involved in these tasks using the resources that we have altogether, how each person is participating in the process. After you've done that, please remember, you have to give a what? Accountability. Give an account in order to work better. That is how, those are the 4 pillars around which any work anywhere in the world, whether it is a large enterprise or it is as small as a turning on the side of the road, it requires that. When you do so, you are doing yourself a favor. I'm doing myself a favor. If I could conclude, if somebody can understand those 4 things, I can as well say, we are done for the day. Altogether. But the battle is, some explanation is needed on each of those 4 things. So the story is rotating around, on the system of work is rotating around those 4 things. First and foremost, getting to know the tasks involved in the work you are doing and arranging them so well so that they function so well. And when you have known the tasks you are going to do, please make sure you know what resources you need to fulfill those tasks. Sometimes people have even arranged something so well, but I wish I had this, but they are already moving. And then they end on the way. They are stuck, stagnant. After you've known the resources you need, it will inform you something, as we are going to see. And then, what skills do I need to do those tasks using the resources available? And you realize everything links to the next. They are not disconnected. These are now not points for a lecture to pass the requirements, in fulfillment of the requirements of the award of whatever it is. No, please. This is not academics. It is a life to live by. And I'm not here to excite anyone, but to be real and frank, even when it is hard. That's the way it is. And as I have said, whatever it is you are doing. And finally, you have arranged your tasks so well, thank you. You've put your resources very well, thank you. You are having skills well placed, that is represented by people, thank you. Please give an account, check, a system of checking, monitoring how far am I moving, how well am I moving, how well am I doing the tasks I'm doing, how well am I managing the resources I have, how well am I managing the people involved in the work, and that is so that I may improve. That's the way it works, nothing else. If you handle those 4 things, you've done so well. You know, today in Uganda, the biggest problem we have is to manage ourselves. We are not very good at it. We just fall into things. We have failed to manage our politics. We have failed to manage our economics. We have failed to manage our education. We have failed to manage our what? We have failed to manage even our religious affairs, our churches. We have failed to manage our own personal money. We have failed to manage even our families. We have failed even to manage ourselves. I hope I'm speaking to someone. They are not easy things to talk about. I might even feel intimidated to talk about them, but should I submit to the intimidation? No! I have to speak about them, because that's the real thing we have to deal with so that we sort ourselves out. There are people here who are seated on things that will change this nation altogether. But they are quaking. They are feeling like, maybe not me, someone else. Don't pass that responsibility. I'm saying don't pass that responsibility to someone else. It is you to take the challenge and do something. Nobody else is going to do it for us. Nobody else is going to build for us our nation. But it begins with your family. And we say what? That the families are the building blocks of the nation. We should actually do what we believe, not merely talk about it. If those 4 things are clearly understood, that is the entire concept of what we call management. If you've never understood what management is, it always rotates around those 4 things. If anybody else tells you anything else, double check and confirm if it doesn't lead you back to that. Because we have to look at it in its simplified form. Can someone read for me Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 29? What does it say? God made man what? Upright. Things are meant to be straight and what? Clear. Altogether. But we have invented all kinds of things which have made life so what? Complicated. But the fundamentals of every form of management, of anything, are just right there. And I know Mr. Onyango is moving forward. So let us see how each one of these can be managed. Let us first talk about tasks arranged to do what? To function. How do we arrange tasks so that they function very well? And let me say some initial assumption. The assumption with me right now is that previously, when we looked at the previous script, if you look at the previous slides, what are they telling us? Mrs. Kayondo did a good exposition, saying that resources are available and I have identified the need I am going to fulfill. So can you go back a few slides there? Go back. This one here. These are the fundamentals of where all work anywhere in the world begins from. You have the resources. People are entrusted to use these resources to satisfy the other needs. That's how it is. And Agnes has done it so well for us. If you are not meeting a need, probably you are actually redundant. And that's not how God created us to be. And you realize, what did we read from Matthew 25? That what? He will tell those on the right. What did we say? Matthew 25, let me read from the NIV here, verse 34. It says, then the king will say to those on his right, come you who are blessed by my Father, take your inheritance, the kingdom prepared for you since the creation of the world. What is the Lord Jesus Christ talking about? He's talking about a person who is what? Blessed. And what is the blessing? The blessing so that he may do what? Inherit. What is he inheriting? The kingdom. And the kingdom is about ruling. You don't talk about a kingdom without a king. He sets you to be a king. And when was this kingdom established? In the very beginning. So these blessings, which we talk about today, it was the original setting, the uncorrupted setting of the creator of heaven and earth for you and me to do what? To rule over what? Creation. The ruling, we rule over creation. Telling creation what to do. Using it soundly well to meet what? The other needs. For I was hungry, you gave me food to eat. In summary, food is plants and what? Animals. What else is it? Onions? What else? Rice? What else? Bread? What else? You tell me what is not a plant and what is not an animal. What else? Yogurt? What else? Now, if those things are not managed very well, you will import mangoes from South Africa, apples from wherever, and then what else? Weetabix from wherever, and you will do so. Others will rule for you. Even mangoes, people. Even mangoes imported. Let us feel ashamed a little bit. Anyway, how we manage our tasks. And even when we grow them, what do? We grow them so poorly that we also don't want to eat those mangoes grown in Uganda. You know the things of Uganda? Isn't that what we tell ourselves? Can I have someone who will not look at agriculture as, he doesn't have a job. He's just farming. What is the mind behind that? Farming is one who has failed to do something else. Isn't that the attitude we have? How terrible it is. Monique, I want to make sure I buy very good chicken from you. You told me, you said, didn't you say chicken? Yeah? And rabbitry. Yeah, I want to see the quality of chickens you are doing. I'm interested. Are we together? Otherwise, we shall import. Because the mouths will still be what? Hungry. But he says, I was hungry, you gave me food to what? To eat. Let's go back and see. Genesis chapter 1. We are back to it. Go to the other slide where we were going. Tasks are arranged to do what? To function. How do tasks get arranged to function? I'm connecting something critical here. Our Lord is telling us what? Come you who are what? Blessed by my Father. Inherit the what? The kingdom prepared for you from the very beginning. So can we go back to the beginning so that we may find how work, tasks get arranged? And I will read verse 26 to begin from, so that we see how God so blessed us. And what does he say? Then God said, let us make Chisa in our image, in our likeness, and let him do what? Rule over what? Over what? Over the fish of the sea, over the birds of the air, over the livestock, over all earth, over all creatures that move along the ground. So what were you created for? What was I created for? To rule. That was the original plan. And really ruling is actually work. And what does he say? So God created Sunday Mukisa in his own what? Image. In the image of God, he created him. Male and female, he created them. What are we seeing next? So basically, men and women created by who? God. For what reason? God blessed them and said to them. So when was man blessed? From the very beginning. That was God's intention. Before any sin came into this earth, before anything went wayward. That's what we have. Be fruitful was the first instruction. Be what? Fruitful. Are you seeing it there? Number 2, what else? Can we read it together? Increase in what? Number. The other word for it is multiply. What else do we have? Fill the earth. And finally, subdue it. There are 4 core things in managing any task. Be productive. Number 2, increase in number. Number 3, fill the earth. Number 4, subdue it. That was the blessing he gave. If you continue, you begin to see something there. Then God said, I give you every seed-bearing plant on the face of the whole earth, and every tree that has fruit with seed in it. They will be yours for what? What are you reading there? For food. Are you seeing it connected to the previous slide we have just had? That I was hungry, you gave me food to do what? A ruler feeds others. A ruler feeds the thirst of another. A ruler provides shelter for another. If you are in charge, you are ruling. Things should be said properly. That's the way it is. If you don't do that, you can't rule. You will always be ruled over. So every person who belongs to any family, either as a child in that family, or as a spouse, or a parent, a father, a mother, a grandfather, a grandmother, please know your responsibility. And these things must be learned right from the children, knowing very well what their responsibility is. So ruling over. And that's the way. And you know, that setting, be productive, increase in number. Fill the earth, and then number 4, subdue. And I would like to decode it a little bit. I'd like to talk about it a little bit more. If you apply an effort, it's actually saying apply somewhat effort. And when you apply your effort to serve, say, one person, as you keep applying that, you will see another in need. So what is going to happen? What is going to multiply? The number of people you serve. What is going to multiply? The volume of work you need to do. What is going to multiply? More people who need to work together with you are going to come in. How many? What do you need? It keeps multiplying. You need more effort. And then again, you will even need more resources to fulfill that need. And then what else will you need? More people to do the work, even more accountability to do that work and improve it. That's the way things work. You talk about multinationals, they are trying to reach the entire world filling the world. That's what it means to fill the earth. Let the impact of your work continue increasing and increasing and going on until you fill the entire earth. That's the way it works. But the moment I set up my little kiosk, as long as my needs are enough, as long as I met my needs, I'm careless about the next. So am I going to filling the world? So the thing becomes stagnant, Meanwhile, your needs are increasing, and then you wonder why. Altogether. That's the way it works. But the moment I am surviving, if I get 1 million shillings, then soon you get it. When you get it, today, tomorrow, the other day, you get used to it. Now I think I need some 2 million. And then, okay, you receive it. What's going to happen? You begin to rotate around there. When you reach a level where you have resources for which you don't have any need for, and what is going to happen next? You are going to begin wasting. And with wasting, you don't just waste the resources. You even waste yourself in pride and getting things you don't need. And they destroy you and myself. I might ask someone a question. How much is enough? It's a good question. Worth answering. But if you are sensitive in what you are up to in this world, you can know how much is enough at any one time. Are we together, people? So we want to arrange these tasks to function. And that's how they arrange. Just click on that image and we see. Because we want to see how these tasks get arranged. Work. You see the same 4 fundamentals arranged therein. So we have the first task in the fundamentals of work is what? Be fruitful. And fruitfulness does not work by itself. It works together with other things. When you are fruitful, please increase in what? Number. Keep increasing the number of people you serve. And when you want to increase the number of people you serve, what is going to happen? It is going to demand you to produce more products altogether. Or to have more services delivered. And that will require you to have more efforts applied. And you realize your efforts can only go up to some extent if you are doing by yourself. So what will it require? More people to serve with. Are we together? When you need more people to serve with, you know that these are partners, they are honorable, they are wonderful. Take them to be part of again. If it's a family business, please expand your family. Out together, beyond yourself. That's the way it is. That's the way you increase in number. It works together. Nobody, even people who say self-made, that is actually being foolish and stupid. Many times people say it's self-made and they don't care about other people who are involved in the entire process which is being done there. And if there is an entrepreneur here, remember to honor the people who are involved in the entire process of doing the work you are doing. And because we end up thinking we are self-made, that's why many times we even just mistreat people we work with because I started this business. And because of the distortion of thinking I started this business, so it is mine, I can do whatever I want, then people get mistreated, then people begin to hate work, then what is going to happen? It distorts the entire process of enterprise. Be an employer who is worth what? Working with, serving with, in building the kingdom of God. So, as you increase, just look. I'll interject a little bit so that we go into the mind of the Word of God and we see exactly what it produces. Increasing in number. What does Proverbs chapter 14, verse 28 say? Open it up. Yes, please.
In the multitude of people, the glory of a king.
Is a glory of a king.
But without people, a prince is ruined.
A prince is what? Ruined. Are you hearing that? You remember the king we are talking about in Genesis chapter 1? He's ruling over creation. And they are saying that in the multitude of what? Of people. A king is what? Receives what? Glory. The more you serve, the greater you become. The more people involved in your business, the more people involved in an enterprise, the better it becomes. The more customers you serve, the better a business becomes. The more sustainable it is going to be. The better you treat the people you serve with, the better, the more they will want to serve even better, the more products they will serve, the more productivity it will be, the more, and the greater, the more influential a business becomes. That's what we call increase. Now, increase, the moment I talk about increase, somebody is thinking of his pocket becoming bigger and him alone. When things are small, yes, no, let's do. And people commit. When the pocket becomes bigger, more tithes, more offerings, they are mine. But you are working with people, you are serving with people, and you are forgetting, as your children, as Massa needs help, as Jotham needs help, even other children need to go to school. Mind about those you serve with, mind about those who do the ushering, must mind about them. They have a life to live by, and they should be cared for. And their work is right in there. It works the same whether it is a church enterprise like a pasternary, you understand we talked about those. Or if it's an industry, remember. And sometimes even some people need some caning so that they may grow. You understand what I mean? Yes. Sometimes the need is not even more money for that person, but it's okay to give him the money. Give them what they need, not what they want. We shall talk about HR in more detail. Arrange the tasks. And that is how tasks get arranged. And in God's system of operation, and in God's system of way of work, be productive. And your productivity should keep doing what? Increasing. That is, increase in number. Multiply. Not just your pocket, but how you do your influence. Multiply the number of products you're producing, the number of services, the people you are serving. Increase and increase and increase. That's the way it works. And then do what? Until you feel yes. So your increase should not end. As far as there is someone in need, keep doing what? Increasing. The earth is not yet filled up. Even when you grow maize, they will eat it up and they will need some more. And the populations are increasing. And they need more what? More food. Produce more food. That's the way it works. And when you produce your food, please remember to do what? Subdue. And we forget this thing. Subdue. Do you know what subdue means? Have what? Dominion. And I want to talk about this dominion thing. I have seen people dominate the world. Dominating the world? Dominating the world. And really they do. Today you see people going to the moon, right? Haven't they dominated the atmosphere? You see people even dominating trees, isn't it? They convert them into timber, right? And then they become furniture for us here, isn't it? People even go on to mine the ground. They dominate it, isn't it? And they get all these metals around for us to use, isn't it? People mine all the gold and silver, even the coltan from Congo. And what is going to happen? They produce so many things of that which we use here on earth, isn't it? But there is some battle Dominating creation can be easy when you have some skills, right? But there is the skill of dominating yourself. The skill of dominating who? Yourself. Master to dominate yourself first. Never attempt to try to dominate creation before you and I have learned to dominate my individual, my person. If I have not learned to dominate myself, I am a monster. I'm a monster. I will be a monster. Believe me, I will want to dominate other people, even if it means to oppress them, or even drink the personhood in them, even if it means even to kill them, because there is something I want. I want to fill the earth with all my glory. It is called self-control. That is something very important. Self what? Self-control. And that is a very delicate area. And that is an area where many people, many men, many women fail. Self what? Control. We perform so poorly in that matter. We perform what? So poorly in that matter. Proverbs chapter 25, verse 28, as an example for subduing. Like a city whose walls are broken down is a man who lacks self-control. We can control all other things and we end up failing to control ourselves. That's a very big sickness we have as a people. Not just Uganda, all over the world. I might be very obedient because I'm reporting to someone else. The moment I have to report to myself, what happens? I lose all kinds of control. Because I own my business, I can pick up any money from my pocket, from the business, and do anything. It is my money. Right? Are you there? I earned my salary. I can use it any. Okay. And there was silence in the room. And there was silence in the what? Who can comfortably say, I'm subduing myself? Those are tough things. When nobody is going to check out what you have done, how do you manage yourself? And I will tell you about the highest level of leadership. It is still given to us somewhere here of management. Proverbs chapter 6 talks about some very funny, very little things. Remember, we are still talking about tasks of work. Proverbs chapter 6, we are beginning from verse 6 and going up to verse 8 alone. Maybe even verse 9 and 10 can do. He says, "Go to the ant, you sluggard. Consider its ways and be what? Wise." You want wisdom? He tells you to go to a what? Ant. Small brain, small body. And he says, if you want some wisdom, get to that small ant. Small. How much of your brain, what is the multiple of your brain tissue compared to the brain tissue of the... But he says, you want some wisdom? Go to the what? Ant. If you are lazy at these things, it has no commander. That's number one. Secondly, it has no overseer, nobody to supervise its work. It has no ruler to force it to do anything. Nobody gives it commands. Who commands it? Who commands it? Itself. So it is self what? Commanding. It tells itself what to do. Number 2, it has no overseer. Nobody to supervise what it is doing. So it is what? Self what? Supervising. Am I doing well? How well have I done this? This one. Nobody tells it its mistakes. It has to check itself. And finally, it is what? It has no ruler to dictate to it what to do. It tells, it commands itself, it tells it. Nobody forces it. It is the one which tells itself, and today I don't feel like, I have to. This is my great responsibility. That is an indication of what we call self-control. You are able to say, this is enough sleep. I should wake up and do this. This is enough work. I should go and do what? Rest. Understood? Self what? Control. Be what? Fruitful. Increase in number. Fill the earth. And do what? Subdue it. First, subdue yourself before you think of subduing the earth. Have some self-control. Otherwise, greed will overtake you. Pride will even overtake you. And that's dangerous. I am the richest man in all Uganda. And the moment you go somewhere thinking you are known, and somebody doesn't recognize you, your presence, what happens? You lose yourself. What is that? You can't control how far you get glorified. And sometimes the basic thing we are working for is actually to be known, to be the richest person, to be the most powerful. Come on. Control yourselves. We want to be the, I can say, we want to be the best school in Uganda, yeah? How will you know it? You are best in what, by the way? Best in the number of children? Best in money? What is it? And how will you know there is no one better than yourself? You are trying to compare yourself with others. Just do good. Just be excellent at what you do. Be thorough. People, let the people be the one to speak, and let it be your not. Now, do you see how the process of God is of working with the Lord works? And you see, every portion of that is important. You don't become fruitful without increasing. You don't increase without being fruitful. You don't try to fill the earth. You can, if you fill the earth without being fruitful, you'll even just murder just to fill the earth. Right? Those 4 things move where? Together. Do you realize where they are? They are in the very beginning. Ain't the Lord good that He gives us even the system of how we should work? He blessed us, saying, be, increase, fill, and subdue. But what happens? The corrupted way just looks at that as a package. You see the other package? You can pick any piece from there. You can just choose to be what? Just subdue every other person without being fruitful, or increasing in number, or subduing. You understand? So that's why the end product tends to be in pieces, broken into pieces. And that is the general picture we have of what work and enterprise and business is all about. And we have to move away from the other picture of packaged things. And you will look at the what? Process. That's the way of God. You end up having a whole end product. Are we together, people? Otherwise, we will have somebody who has nicely packaged water. Nicely packaged what? Very nice bottle. But when it is from a sewerage, what? You understand what I mean? Do you ever get those things in your life? Somebody packages a shirt like the one I'm wearing, but it is torn behind. How is it like? How do counterfeits operate? Don't they operate like packages as long as I get all the money that I can do what? Are you mindful about the entire process? Programmers like Barunji just program bugs, right? And careless about what? The process. Make sense? Yeah. I produce sermons every Sunday, right? Pastor Chisa, you understand? Produce very wonderful sermons, but off the pulpit. Let people visit me at home. They don't see the sermons I preach to them. You understand? They want to look for the sermon I preached on Sunday at home, and it is not there. But it is somewhere in a book, but not in their life. So, people, the previous one, there is more to that. That one. So we've seen that if you are going to have your tasks arranged, we have just been seeing God's format, God's arrangement of tasks. Now we really see that it is a process, not a package. It's a process, not a package. And if you are going to manage this process very well, that's why we need to go to number 3 so that we may understand how do we manage this process. Okay? Pressure in work is absorbed by learning that thing you are seeing there. What does Ecclesiastes chapter 8, verse 5 and verse 6 say? So that we may understand. We get down to specifics. We want people. I expect some people who will do so good a work that we shall not need to import labor. But just do it. Ecclesiastes chapter 8, verse 5 and verse 6. What does it say? Whoever commands his command, whoever obeys his command will come to no harm. And the wise heart will know the proper time and what? Procedure. A wise heart will know the proper what? Time and procedure. And what does it say? For there is a proper time and proper procedure for every piece of work, for every task, for every enterprise. There is a proper time and a proper procedure for everything. Though a man's misery weighs heavily upon him. Time. 2, procedure. Those 2 things are very core in planning any enterprise and a piece of work. It's extremely essential to have that. Timing of any activity, of any task, is focused on the needs of people, their attitude, and their ability. Are we together? Because the needs of people keep changing at any one time. You need to know what do people need at any one time, and what is even their attitude towards that need. And even their ability to meet the costs of that need. Number 2, procedure. You have seen the needs, you know the attitudes of people, and you know their abilities. Procedure. Procedure. One step followed by another in a well-connected form. And I know Mrs. Kayondo is very well prepared to share a little more about this in about 5 minutes, to give some more light about it. So over to you, Mrs. Kayondo. Come forth and get fired as well here on that one. You know, it is hot. It's not easy to be here, but we have to do it. Especially when the eyes of people are looking at you and you are speaking very hard things. And they, so, Mrs. Kayondo, that number 3 there, you have some 5 minutes, I know, for it. Just 2 things. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much. So we are talking about procedure, the way to do something, one step followed by another in a well-connected form. Sorry, I would like us to go back. We are talking about procedure of work, that in any work, it is one step followed by another, one step followed by another in the process of work. Where do you begin? What is next? You know, and where do you begin? What is next? What do you need for each step? One procedure followed by another in the process of work, informed by timing. You know, we were actually reflecting on, for example, you have a business of, you're interested in meeting the need of thirst, and therefore you say, I will provide drinks. You know, I will provide drinks. Regarding the issue of, you've understood the need is for a drink, and then you're looking at people's attitude, and you're also looking at people's timing. You're looking at generally the timing. So if I open my kiosk and I put chilled water, then what happens when the season becomes a hot season? You know, understanding the different seasons, the different needs, and then adjusting your product in order to meet the different seasons and the different attitudes and abilities. For example, you know, if you bring your high quality water, or you bring your bottle of 1,000 in an environment where people can only buy the one in in the Cavera, what happens? So knowing the right product for the right people, the timing, the attitude, and their abilities. Seasons, knowing when to supply what. We are talking, if you say you insist on your tea, and then it becomes very hot, you know, it is the hot season. So we need to study the seasons, we need to study the attitudes, the needs at that particular time, so that our steps of work are informed by the particular, what is appropriate and what is suitable at that time. We are looking at motive. What is your motive for doing that particular piece of work? Motive determines the standard applied. If my motive is to fill my pocket, you know, we are talking about subduing ourselves. If my motive is that I get my money and that is it, it will affect the standard of work. The motive affects the standard of work, and it validates anything before God. Can we read Proverbs 16, 1-3? It says, to man belongs the plans of the heart, but from the Lord comes the reply of the tongue. All a man's ways seem innocent to him, but motives are weighed by the Lord. And then it says, commit to the Lord whatever you do, and your plans will succeed. So it starts that all a man's ways seem innocent. The reason for you doing this work may seem innocent, to you. But the Lord then weighs the motive. What is the motive? Everything we do is validated by motive. And the motive will determine the standard of work that you apply. You know, when you look at this, the example I can give is I went to a market, to Nakasero market one Saturday, and I was between two people. One had mangada, tangerine, and the other had ginger. So I told both of them. So when you looked this way, I went to notice the man was pulling the tangerines from somewhere else. And I told him, but you're giving me the small dry ones. And says, hey, we work like a butcher. He sells the bones and the meat, you know. And then when you looked at the one for tangerine, the one for ginger was pulling from the dry ones, the bad ones. Why? The motive, you know. The motive will determine if you care that I am doing good in my work. My motive is to do good. It will determine the standard. You will care about the tangerine you buy. You will care how you clean it. You will care how you put it. Because you do not only want to benefit, but you also want the buyer to benefit. Good to everyone. So, you know, the standard of work determines. The motive validates anything before God. And in reflecting this, we actually realize that even your tithe, what is the motive? If you're returning a tithe to the Lord, what is the motive? Do you know that the motive can make our tithe potea? Or, you know, what is the motive? It may be, let me throw this tithe back to God, just so my things are protected. He will protect my what? My business, I will not lose and all that. But what is the true motive for returning to God? What is the motive for giving an ambulance to a community, you know, and labeling it with my, you know, name? The motive. So you will go to Katwe, whether the ambulance has everything it needs, just bajize or some ambulance, because I want it to be seen that but what is your motive? What kind of service? The motive will determine the kind of service you deliver to people, you know. So motive validates anything before God. So the Bible says that it may seem innocent to us, but he looks at our motive. And then the Bible says, commit your plans to the Lord, and they will succeed. So, you know, when you commit, he will look at your motive. In other words, the homework we are getting from this, examine also your motive. As you prepare your business to do that work, also look at your what? Your motive. And let's correct ourselves. You and I, we correct ourselves so that when we commit it to the Lord, he will bless the work and it will succeed. Okay? So motive will determine the quality of work. Selfish motive, you will do your things anyhow, as long as you get your pocket filled. But a selfless motive will work to serve. If you have a school, would you send your own children to that school? That then begins to check the standard of your teachers. It then begins to check the standard of your dormitories. It then checks the standard of your timetable. You know, will you want your own children to sleep for 2 hours, that you wake them up at 3? I don't know for what. So it begins to check the standard of your work. So, motive.
Thank you, Mrs. Kayondo, so much. And let me tell you something. We are not here to motivate. We are not here to do you know, we have so many motivational speakers here. Eh? I can put you, and I have the ability to just make you feel like you are up in there, and then let you fall down with a big crash. Right? Nobody can motivate another. Motivation is built on something called what? Motive. I can't give you a motive. You and you alone can determine the motives with which you live and do the work you do. It's you, nobody else. The best I can do is to show you how wrong a motive can be and how right a motive can be. But you must make the decision to adopt a line of motives. That's what true motivation is. So you must be self what? Motivating. And that is motive is the one which drives you. And that's what we call motivation. Of course, it disturbs, especially when we go. Those are not motivational. It is really some kind of pump up, put up somebody up. And then without you, the person can't sustain what you have said. And unfortunately, what is he sustaining? Business. Primarily, it's not about making money. Primarily, it's not about making what? Money. But satisfying a need. The rest takes care of itself. And money comes as a result of what? Work well done. Money. You don't even limit how much money you end up with. But again, your heart is not so lost in the money that you can even destroy your business because of money. Yet when you do it so well, believe me, you don't have to call money. Money will come by itself. Again, to do what? To facilitate the work you do. And again, what? To satisfy everybody around. And again, what? To continue serving. That is how business in its truthful sense, in a way that will be sustained all through the times, operates. Take that as an extremely critical thing. Proverbs 11, verse 30. And since we are talking family business, I begin with verse 29. The fruit of the righteous, verse 29. He who brings trouble on his family will inherit only wind. And the fool will be a servant to the wise. Will be a servant to the what? The wise. Listen again. He who brings trouble on his family will inherit only wind. And the fool will be servant to the wise. If we are talking about family growth here, operating foolishly just destroys your family. Let me ask a question. How does a robber account to his family? How is he making the money? Right? How does he report? How does he tell, I made some money? How does he speak it? It becomes difficult to do what? To explain how he actually operates. Hey, Daddy, what do you do? What do you do to get all this money from? How does he explain? Or how does that man who sold tangerines in a funny way to his child, how does he train his children? That this is how you sell bones together with what? Or you sell the rotten tangerines together with? What does that do? That guy lying over that truck bringing vegetables from Kabale to Kampala, and he's over that truck, right? And then he feels like he wants to have to ease himself. Does he jump off that rolly during the night? He does the suit there, right? How is it like? Am I comfortable enough as I grow the maize and dry it up on the ground where it is? Am I comfortable enough to eat that same
myself, or I'm just ready to sell it out. I'm not ready to eat it myself. Do you know how people handle things that end up in your stomach, or not just even your stomach, even so many other things? Understood? Anyway, he who brings trouble on his family will inherit only wind. And the fool will become a servant to the what? Will you go back to that man? Sooner and later he will say, "Bakasitoma tebakyalabika." And what will happen? Because the judge, God always judges such things. And what happens? He just alerts people, that one is rotten. And people don't come. Say, that guy mistreated me. He goes away. And then you have no customer. Then you wonder why. And then you are praying how many times a day? Mr. Pastor Chisa? How many come to pray for them that they may have blessings over the business? And what do they do after being prayed for? They can't abuse everyone around? Yes. And then they say, my business, I think Pastor Chisa doesn't have anointing. Yeah? Verse 30. The fruit of the righteous is a tree of life, and he who wins souls is wise. Winning souls is not just about telling them how nice God is, but just be as good as God. You will win over souls altogether. Sell the best of the tangerines you have. Do the best that you can. What will happen? People will appreciate you. Oh, Mercy does good music. Mercy sells nice products. Vincent is so good at what he does. And what will happen? They will appreciate you. They will always get to you for a line of service you are doing. That's the way it is. A satisfied person will always get back to you. And they will say, I'm glad I found this person to serve me. What are you doing? Are you winning souls? That's the way we win souls. You get favor before God and then people. Work is a love affair. Every task must be handled as a what? A love affair. Proverbs chapter 3, verse 4. Chapter 3, verse 3 and verse 4. It gives us some basics for us to understand. It says, let love and faithfulness never leave you. They should never leave you. Love and what? Faithfulness. Never leave you. Bind them around your neck. Write them on the tablet of your heart. I know how people begin business so well because they want to make the money, and when they make the money, what happens? They lose gas. They say, I no longer care. Why should I? What's going to happen to the quality of business and what they are doing? It will go down and lose track. But he says, write them on the tablet of your heart. Any work, any business, any enterprise is a love affair and a statement of faithfulness to make. And when you do so, verse 4, what does it say? Then you will win favor and a what? A good name. First, in the sight of God. And secondly, in the sight of man. God watches and he checks you out all the time. You say, oh, he's trustworthy. He's loving. He wants to express my love to the people he's serving. I will continue giving him favor. I will send him more people to serve. I will send him more people in need. I will send him more. That is how you multiply the number of customers. You cannot twist anybody's hand into your business or to buy your thing. I have even seen people advertising greatly. You get to them, they lose you. They attracted you, and they lose you because of how they are doing the things. That is called unmarketing. It's called what? You can make an advert that unmarkets you. Why? You attract them with nice messages. We have the best of this, best of this, best. When they get to the best, they say, oh, so this is his best. I think that is the worst I can ever think of. They walk away. Am I speaking business or not? That's the way things operate. Let me ask a question. Is God practical enough? Is the word of God practical enough for any business, any work, any enterprise? Why do we pick verses? And of course, that's why even as we speak about this, we are emphatic. Don't end with what has been read here. Go back to what we read in Ecclesiastes chapter 9 verse 10. What does it say? Yes. There is no planning, no knowledge, no wisdom. All of those are required where? Here. Inform yourself. Do very well things. Find out even more beyond what we have shared. This is to give you a starter. Don't assume it is all, but it is good at least for you to make sense of something. Go ahead and utilize it. There is more in this business manual than we can even share in the few hours we are here together. Make it a discipline to find out. Are we together? Mrs. Kayondo has talked about motive. By the way, what is even our motive in doing this? It might be to prove to you that we know the Bible. Right? That might be the motive. It might be the motive. We can have the motive of to prove, or a motive to love and serve our nation. Right? Who knows, maybe we got some Muzungu to fund these things, and you see we have a class there of family sense. No, the issue is let someone grow. Let someone see the truth. Let the truth set everyone free. Let our nation not walk in slavery. It's possible. Because right now, whether you know it or you don't know it, we are walking in slavery. Someone else will not tell it to you, but that's the basic truth. And nobody is going to do it and do that. Even one who enslaves you will help you to keep remaining what? Enslaved. And that's not healthy. So with that said, we go back a little bit. We have dealt with element number 1 for now. I know in whatever business you are involved in, you can, what we have given on that in this round of engagement is enough to lead you to do more about it. Because you realize each one of you is representing a different kind of work altogether. We can't handle everything here. But what we can do is that, yes, you go and do it. Should you need any help, then we can always get together and receive specific help in your business. All together, that's how it operates. A system of work for chicken, a system of work for this. Do you realize we can't handle everything here? But with this as a foundation, more can be handled at that level. Okay? So let's look at how resources are deployed to function. These are fundamental issues, and they are not just mere points, 4 points. There is a story behind. And the story is built one after another. None of these can work by itself. Arranging the tasks so that they function does not work by itself. It needs to be connected to deploying the what? The resources well. And when you deploy resources, you plan to deploy resources very well. Make sure you also deploy people well, to function well, so that none is misplaced. And after that, make sure you give an account of what you're doing, of how tasks are being performed, how resources are being deployed, how people are being deployed, and what they have done in their deployment, so that we may find ways of improving. So all these work together. After you've gone to number 4, go back to number 1. All together. That's how things should be operating. You don't need an expatriate. Be the expatriate. And it takes little steps, built up on and on. You become more and better at what you do. That's the way it is. All together. So with that, I would like to go to see, of course, next you see what we have dealt with here. It's already too much by itself. And if you go to the next, you see that piece there we have talked about. Once again, we are telling ourselves it is a process, not just a package. You don't pick one piece and then you try another. It will just get distorted like the other side. And of course, I will give you an example. This piece which you see, with the bigger eyes, you can see it even more clearly. And with the color, it can do very well. But that is not even a piece I did. For me, my contribution was to try to contribute the story. But I can't draw this. I can't do it. Someone else has to have very good skills to be able to present it the way it is presented. I can't do it. I can't. Yet, with that picture, someone can pick a very serious message. And to me, my job probably, if I am really the big-mouthed one or the most prominent in the team, for me, I don't do this. Jita, stand up. Jita is the one, Mr. Jita there with his channel. That's another family which is working out. But he's the one who does many of these arrangements. And believe me, I can do nothing, not a thing on these things. And I have to respect such a person. I can't do it myself. Someone else should. And none can fulfill a task by themselves in this world, except if you are God. So who is God here? You will always need people. Right? So, we get to the next. So thank you so much. Your service goes beyond your wildest dreams. All together. So let's get to resources, deploying what? Resources. And it has been deliberately done that now you receive that piece. All together. Let's follow. So that now, that is your piece which you can carry. There are things which are what we call noteworthy. Things you would like to emphasize to yourself. Please, you can even write them against that sheet just to improve your thing. Don't just write things, right? Do some things. I don't want to lose this. You write it down. That's what we call notes. But go back beyond the notes and build your own concept in your unique situation. So when we talk about resources being deployed, friends, I have someone and whom I know together with Mrs. Kayondo, a very moneyed person, having made money in another kind of business, he felt he needed to go and do another business as well. You know, all has been done. Many times people begin to run to the soil. They begin to run, let me do some real estate, let me do some farming. People end up having flown and flown, they end up in that. And he had this huge piece of land of about 50 or so acres of land. And he felt he needed to invest so much in there, like he has done in other businesses, right? And then he put money there, and he thought he needed to have a plantation of bananas from here to the other side, 20 acres of bananas, then 10 acres of tomatoes. And after all, he had the money. After all, he had the what? The money. And what happened? He put it in there. How much does he still have of the money invested in the business? He was totally discouraged. Yet he put all the money there. And yet, when he was going to do it, he was advised. Yes, you have all the money that you can put on these 50 acres of land. You have even the 50 acres of land. Very good. But the best thing is, grow the bananas on 1 acre of land. Grow the tomatoes on 1 acre of land. In fact, half an acre for tomatoes. Was that advice given to him? Then you will pick the lessons and scale up. But the money was itching. How many of us have been itched by money in the pocket to do something? Eh? The money is itching you to do something. Please. People can make themselves suffer a lot. So that's why we have to talk about this deployment of what? Resources. Now, we shall pick the words of wisdom given unto us by wisdom himself. I hope you knew that he is wisdom. Did you? Yes. If you doubt, you go to the chapters. You will see them. But Luke chapter 14, verse 28 to verse 20. Here it is, it says, suppose one of you, are you there? Suppose one of you wants to start a business or wants to start a project or wants to start a piece of work or wants to do a piece of work. Will he not first sit down and estimate the cost to see if he has enough money, enough resources to complete it? If you want to start a business somewhere, please create time to do what? Sit down and count the cost. Don't just do things just because you have this idea and then you want to go on and do something. You will be acting in foolishness. And this is what we do to the foolish people in verse 30. For if he lays the foundation, after he has started the business, after he has initiated it, thinking things are going to work out, suddenly he realizes he's not able to finish it. Are we together? And everyone who sees it will ridicule him, saying, this fellow began the business. This fellow began to build. This fellow began the work. This fellow began an enterprise. Even initiated a church and he could not sustain it. How together? People begin to laugh at you. This guy, he thought he was of any value. This guy thought he could make it. And sometimes they don't tell it in your face. it becomes rumors. Gundi yaliwo. I don't know what happened. Isn't that what people do? The guy was there, but I don't know what happened. You hear that? He who didn't see him. Is that what you say? But that's what happens. And so you can see so many things just in Kampala here. I can count businesses on my hand and feel them and return, and they are very prominent. And they are no longer there. But the best I can say, we were there, man. Twaliwo. But why? Why? Let's get to deploying these resources. It's very, very important for one to sit down and estimate the cost. And please, cost does not begin with money. Take note of this. Don't count costs beginning with money. Don't begin with money. The first and most important cost that you read, number one priority, is what? The cost on your spirit. The spiritual cost is the first one. What does it cost you to do that? We many times think it begins with money. Tell me, how many things can you do so well when you are disturbed inside yourself? If you don't count that, you will always find yourself compromising yourself. What does it cost my spirit? I have seen people trading themselves off, trading off their spirit just because of trying to make sure they survive. Some people even sell themselves. I don't care what you are up to, but some people even sell themselves in all kinds of programs. They sell their hearts just to get something. What does it cost? They accept all kinds of values, all kinds of things, just because they want to achieve something. If it will contradict my values, I won't do it. Period. I have to first settle that. What do I value most? Shall I sell myself just to get 1 billion shillings the corrupt way? I will not. I would rather remain poor, unfunded moreover, not even poor, than sell myself, not even sell my family, not even sell my community, not even sell my nation for the sake of 2 shillings, 3 shillings. I am far more expensive than that. That's number one. It's a controversy. Whom shall you serve? The dividing line there. What things am I now going to compromise? Yeah, it's a cost. There are things I have chosen to lose to save myself. And that's the hardest thing. And I will tell you something. There are people who are witnesses here. My son Pasco is a witness to some of these things. Let me tell you something. I think I told this story, and I'm not ashamed to answer it again, to show you what it means. Your soul, your spirit. We had invested some good volume of money, which is not obvious even to be seen today, in some small place, because we were setting up the No Regrets Institute somewhere in Ruwero there.
And then you know these people who steal land. You know how land gets stolen? Eh? It doesn't get stolen by being lifted away to go to China. It stays in the same place, but you no longer have control over it. Someone else has taken control over it in a fraudulent way. When we try to follow through, and I'm not talking about small land, I'm talking about 50 acres of land. Altogether, someone fraudulently goes in there, they do all kinds of things. You try to chase to make sure you save it. And then you realize a chain of corruption and bribery and a connection between land's registration and land division court and there. If you don't exchange bribes, you lose it. What will you do? Is that a test? What is the cost of doing what? Saving an investment of about 700 million. What's the cost? Do you bribe? Some 22 million would have solved that problem. That's a task. Have you ever faced yourself in such a situation? The corrupt one has taken away. You are seemingly clean and righteous, and you are losing it. And the only option is to do what? To do it the other way. And you become. What is it costing me? That's a spiritual cost. It's a tough one. And let me tell you, when I saw all those things, I would rather lose this than sell my spirit. Have you gotten to that level? Those are challenges. And I'm talking about real things. I get down on my knees and say, Father, I am not party to this. I won't lose my spirit for the sake of redeeming this land. What is the purpose of the land? To educate a nation. We can do it from any place, even without this land. The vision doesn't do what? Die. And the vision doesn't get stolen. We shall do it. But Father, forgive those people who have done it. Cause them to see the wrong they are doing. Let them find space in their hearts to stop doing this evil. When I went there, I saw a bigger thing. I saw widows dispossessed of their land, their inheritance. Orphans dispossessed of their inheritance. Genuine people were the ones losing. And when I saw 50 acres, when somebody else who worked so hard has lost 2 square miles, that's about 1,200 acres. The 50 acres appeared to be like, hey, this is... Say, Father, heal us as a nation. Cause that what is right and proper begins to move. And you know, land is almost where we live, where we walk. That's where it's so essential. But that's what was happening. Say, Father, if they refuse to turn around, they are still in your hands. But save the people who are genuinely being dispossessed, who are being dispossessed of their things because of this corruption. You have every way to do it. How long did it take Mrs. Mwesi? Next, what do we see? The commission being appointed. And of course, you realize there was a lot more than just a little insignificant 50 acres to me. Was it good that it happened to me? Very good. Praise the Lord. It was a test of my soul. And how many things do we sell ourselves in? That is cost number 1. I can speak about that. I have stories which we can even get our beds. We order people to bring our mattresses here and we sleep.
But I'm not going into that. There is a lot more. All right? Spiritual cost is very important. Will you sell your heart, your spirit, for the sake of that? Will it shift your heart off God? Shall you begin to say for God, not even God, for someone else and my stomach? People who even do corruption, it's not that they are lacking, but they have sold their hearts to wrongdoing. Period. They are so greedy that they can't stop it. Even when we get loans as a nation, we are given loans to fight corruption. Even the corruption money meant to corrupt, to fight corruption is also corrupted. That is how far as a nation we have become. That's how far we have gone. Even money meant to fight corruption. Even the person who is meant to fight corruption will also do what? Will also corrupt what he's actually given. That's the way it is. So we renovate the court buildings, right? And then how much corruption is taking place in those courts? We are renovating the concrete, but we are not renovating the persons, and that's where the real problem is. We need some renovation. Basically, I want to call it reformation. We've got to reform ourselves. And this work is part of a wider intention of reformation to God's glory. We should get back to a point where we are able to say, for God, and for God most importantly, and my nation, I cannot sell my spirit. I cannot. We need men and women of that kind. I have found religious men losing their souls because they want to achieve something. Maybe even they want to get funding for something. I can even say, write a proposal here. You know, we have a conference for teaching families how to be very good in the southern world, and it costs $100,000 per session. We can write those things, and people do so. But when my intention is, check it out. That's the way. So cost number one leads me to a decision which is very similar to what you see in in Malachi chapter 3, verse 16 to 18. But we are going back to Luke at some point. What does it say in Malachi chapter 3, verse 16 to verse 18? It is a decision point. The first and primary decision must be done. What does it say? Malachi chapter 3, verse 16. Up to verse 18, it says, Then those who feared the Lord talked with each other, and the Lord listened and heard. A scroll of remembrance was written in his presence concerning those who feared the Lord and honored his name. So if the intention is to honor the name of the Lord first, then he said, they will be mine, says the Lord Almighty, in the day when I make up my treasured possession. I will spare them, just as in compassion a man spares his son who serves him. The story doesn't end there. It continues. And you will again see the distinction between the what? The righteous and the wicked. Between those who serve God and those who do not. That's how you count the cost. Whom shall you serve? What does this which I intend to do serve? That's decision number one on costs. Shall it cost your spirit or not? What does it mean when somebody chooses to sell rotten tangerines? Isn't that a loss of soul, a selling of a soul? Shall I get money from an Agnes just because I want money and sell him rotten things? What do I lose? I lose Agnes. That's the way things work. I lose her, but I gain that money for that day. But I will eventually lose her, and I will lose so many other Agneses who would have been formed as a stock of customers. Shall I do anything just because I want to get money? It's a very serious point of decision. That is cost number one. Spiritual cost. Whom shall you serve? And the word is consistently. How many people even sell themselves up just to get money? 2. Cost number 2 is a social cost. Count that cost. What does it take? Social cost. And social growth, social relations begin. Now you realize the first cost is God. Then the next cost is social costs. Your relationships with people. What will it cost? You see that? That's a cost we don't count. But we must count when you are setting up in a business. And the first cost, the first relationships you have are your family to begin with. Your family. How will it affect my relationships with my family? This work I am doing. There are times when the work actually leads to a breakdown of families over issues that contradict the well-being of the family. You understand what I mean? Yes. I know God likes community. Is his primary intention in all these things. So the first is your what? Family. It's part of it. And your friendships. And your community. And your nation. And the entire what? World. That's why ministry, even as he talks about it in Acts chapter 1, verse 8, I shall do what? Give you what? Power. To preach the what? The gospel. To do what? Work. To run enterprises. It works the same way regardless of what kind of enterprise. To preach the gospel where? In Judea, in Samaria, in first of all Jerusalem, then Judea, then Samaria, then ends of the world. It begins from where you are. We always want to export the best to Netherlands, to Europe, and what, and then we eat garbage. So we throw at each other garbage. But when Muzungu demands something, this one is for export, and for us we retain the garbage. That's the corrupted way of looking at things. You look at someone who is involved in export, they will always want to produce the best for the other guys. And for you, Is that looking at things properly? You can never try to stabilize things across the Niles, across wherever, when you are not stabilizing things where you are. Where you are. The first test of if I really believe in what I'm doing and it is really of good intention and it is of love and faithfulness, like we read earlier, is when it involves Mrs. Mwesigwa. For me, it begins there. It's a big test. You ask her. You ask her. Be the one to ask her how things move. Huh? They can be tough and hard in there. My son, have you heard? It can be what? Tough and hard. That's my social cost. Shall I stand by the standard even when it involves Mrs. Mwesigwa? Or shall I compromise the standards because it involves Mrs. Mwesigwa? That's why it is. Right? The hardest decisions I have to make are those involving who? Have you heard? Please make sure you hear me properly. And the good thing is she's here. And the hardest decisions for her to take are those involving who? Me. That's where it boils down. Am I speaking to anyone? Hello? Or we should be hypocritical, right? And give superficial things. And we are talking about family businesses here. That is it. And if you doubt that, you ask Abraham. You know the other guy, Abraham, the husband of Sarah. The man went through very hard things to try to deal with. If you want to, just go and check. And to the climax, he was tested with the son he loved so much. Go and read Genesis 22 by yourself. Give me your son. That's a big test. I can see the guy looking this way and looking this way, but it is God's requirement. Give me your son. Sacrifice him on a certain place. He could give an excuse. It is far away. I haven't got transport. He could give excuses. And he could even give an excuse. The woman you gave me will not accept. She will step in the middle one and say, no! Hello? Yes. Married people. Have you ever found your spouse saying, no? Yeah? Hello, Pastor Chisa. I know you can looking this way. I'm looking at you. Yes. Has Pastor Lucy some those are hard things to deal with, but if we are going to sort our families out, we must count that cost. Hello? But you know what? In wisdom, he said, I'm going with the boy to sacrifice. He didn't tell him whom he was going to sacrifice. That was prudence. There are things when they should be spoken at their time. Hello? When they went, he went with some servants. They said, yeah, these servants here, they will interrupt me. So he said, for you stay here. You actually, let me go with the boy. He's removing every obstacle from fulfilling his primary cost, his spirit. Where is your heart? On whom is your heart? That's where things are. All together. It went further. Now this sacrifice asks, what does he ask? I see the firewood. I see the fire. I see the knife. But where is the sacrifice? Don't I say it is you? That would be stupid. You see, God will provide. Do you think that man, by the way, was going through a very simple thing? He himself, how old was he? At that time, the boy was a teenager. He was 115 years, the man himself. His wife now was 110 years, 105 years. These were now old people, no more hope for another child. And you understand, our child sometimes are those things, my little thing. You know, we have many children in our hearts. Those things we can't do away with. Eh? It's a matter of sacrifice. It's tough and hard. And sometimes our children are my pride. Eh? You understand? Letting go. When he got there, the man was fully what? Determined. I don't know how the 115-year-old handled the 15-year-old boy. And you know, he could even also fight back, right? How he handled him and put him on that altar. It must have been wisdom. You see, let me show you, my son, how we do the sacrifice. If you want to do it very well, eh? Let me show you how. Eh? Then, you see, you tie it like this. Kumbe, the guy is doing what? Tying up the sacrifice, man. Very determined. I'm talking about wisdom, by the way, friends. The wisdom of handling your relationships. Right? You need it? Oh, sometimes stupidity. God expects you to have faith, and to that faith you add wisdom of handling matters, handling relationships. Relationships are not meant to interrupt. Relationships are meant to do what? To help build things up. All together. Yes. Anyway, when he was totally resolved after the Lord's will for him at that point, God said, don't touch the boy. Now I know you cannot turn to the left, to the right. You are fully devoted to my will for you. I swear by myself. Whom else would God swear by? It's by him. So go and read. I swear by myself that now that you have given your one and only son, you have not withheld him from me. I also swear by myself that your seed shall do what? Forever be blessed. I will bring about my promises to you. And part of the promise is in Matthew chapter 10, verse 32. Up to verse 39. He says, are you there? Whoever acknowledges me before people, I will also acknowledge him before my Father in heaven. Are you seeing that? But whoever disowns me before men, I will disown him before my Father in heaven. Are you seeing? For whom do you stand? So if you've taken the first stand, God, and nothing else to begin with, then the second one, you have to express that in your everyday engagements. Everyday engagements, all the time. And then he says, do not suppose that I have come to bring peace to the earth. I did not come to bring peace, but a dividing rod. A sword. What does a sword do? A sword cuts into pieces. All together. And now this kind of sword cuts between those who are righteous and those who are not. Those who will serve God and those who will not. That's the way. That's the dividing line. And if you are dealing with a family business, that is where we talk about the values by which that business shall run. In this business, thou shalt not corrupt. If you have said that, let it be the standard by which you judge your engagements. You know what? The biggest problem with family businesses, it's because we don't have a standard for operating. It's after all, this is a family. We can do anything we please. And believe me, that's where businesses tend to struggle. Because I feel it should be this. The other one is saying, I think it should be this. The other one is feeling, the other one is thinking. And each one is on their own. This one is having this perspective, the other one is having another perspective, and the other one is feeling, the other one is thinking today. A source of confusion. Set the standards clear. And I always recommend and strongly recommend godly standards are the only ones that can sustain any relationship anywhere. That's how you deal with and manage the social cost. And then it continues to say, for I have come to turn who? Jotham against his father Michael. And yes, mine is reading like that. You read yours and you see. Isn't that what it is reading? To turn Jotham against his father Michael. And to turn Mercy against her mother Lucy. Haven't you read it? It is right there. Are we reading the same Bible or not? And what does it say? A daughter-in-law against her mother what? In-law. And then it says that Chisa's enemies will be the members of his own what? That's where things become very hard. Your enemy is not one who tells you, I hate you. Your enemy is one who makes you feel too weak to do the will of God. That's your real enemy. Why? Because when you fail to do God's will, you get to hell. And tell me if that person is your friend. Hello?
Hello.
Hey. When I speak, I know people are beginning to check themselves inside there, right? By the way, as I speak this, I'm also checking out if I am comfortable. Even Mrs. Mwesigwa hearing it. But anyway, I've already said it. But please don't tell her, okay? Don't do her. That is where the points of divergence are. And that is the source of issues. And in absence of what do we stand for and what do we fall for is where the real problem begins from. If you want to solve such problems, set the standards. Keep referring to the what? That's the way. And that's why you see people perform so well in corporate. You know why they perform so? Corporate has set a standard which you want to break. Now when you come to family business, and after all, these are our things. Then, but you spent that money. But you should not have done that. Okay, what was meant to be done? What is our standard? Judge yourselves against the standard. That's how you manage relationships in your business transaction. Jotham, you've heard that. You heard what we just read recently. Hey, Dad, you will sort yourselves out with that. For me, I have set a very terrible. I put you on the spot, man. You have to solve yourself. I also have to go and solve myself there. Hey. Hello, Mr. Jita. You know, I'm just trying to find who came with us. Oh, yes. Pastor Wadeng. Yes, God bless you. I know she's there. She was waiting. Let me be very straight and clear to you. Marriage is not a place of convenience. It's a place of commitment. Period. It's not, what is a place of convenience? What the other name for it? It's not a what? It's not a toilet where you can put your dung there. No. You are committed to clean up the dung. Praise the Lord. Okay. Anyone who loves Jotham more than me, or loves mercy more than me, is not worthy of what? Me. Anyone who loves his what? Who loves Michael. If Jotham loves Michael more than God, or mercy loves who? Lucy more than God, is not worthy of God. What? That's where the real cross is. That's where relationships, that's where the battles begin from. The solution is here. So, social what? Cost. And my biggest discussion with my wife is always, what is our standard? If I am running out, what did we tell her? She puts me back. Hey, what did we tell ourselves the standard is on this matter? I say yes. And of course, as man, what happened? I have to humble what? Myself. And sometimes look where? Down and say, you are right. And I am what? Wrong. You are what? Right. And I am what? That is like to Hello. Praise the Lord. Anyway, that is how you manage social cost. There are times where you need to humble yourself. And there are times where you need to do what? To have a firm and strong what? Backbone. Pastor Kisha, you think Adam was just told, come and eat. And he just went on and ate. He kept running around. But you see, now you see the problem. Now you see God say, but you know you must, you see the, until finally he lost his what? Back. And he did what? Bent over. And oof, today we are suffering with the things of two people. The family failed. Imagine if he stood. So when the things went wrong, whom did they ask? Adam. So a backbone. You ask Mrs. Mwesigwa one of the prominent question. Responses she has received. What is one of those most prominent responses? Hey, she has no, we turn around and say, I understand, and I respect you, my wife. You are so loving, you are so caring, and of course, I know you are very useful in this work, and you have been very supportive in this, and even in this, and in this, on this matter. What? Nchimazi. Sit down. You look the other way. I say, but anyway, whether you look this way or this way, this is the way. Those are easy moments, right? Of course, you fly through like a godly person with wings like an angel. Hey, do you want me to talk about them? People seem to be like, don't talk about those things. Is that what you are telling me? We are talking about social cost. Are we together? Managing the social what? Because costs must be what? Managed. I'm not saying run away from costs. No, the costs are real. You have to count them. You have to know what it takes to do what you must do. Hello. You wanted me to talk about money because we are talking about work. How much of the resources are lost because of not counting cost, social cost? Then people begin to fight to divide the properties. This one is mine, the other one is mine. This one is the other. Hello. Where are your enemies? Because a problem is easier to manage if it involves people. When it involves people very close, the closer someone is, the harder it becomes to deal with. And decisions must be what? Taken. But he also guides us in Luke 16:9. We are talking about social cost. And on number 1. But he says, verse 9, I tell you, do this. Use worldly wealth to gain what? Friends for yourselves. So that when it is gone, you will be welcomed into eternal what? Dwellings. What is the purpose of money and resources and things? From what you are reading? To build friendships. I'm not saying to have talkmates. Talkmates are easy to deal with, and we have a multitude of talkmates. People we talk with and talk and talk and talk and talk. We even have classmates. We even have business mates. What else do we have? But friendship is the bottom line of all resources. Are we together? That is the bottom line. That's the bottom line use of what? Resources and nothing else. And friendship, you remember the enemy is one who causes you to do contrary to what God desires. Now, who is your friend then? One who leads you towards doing what is right and proper in the eyes of God. Have 1 trillion shillings, it's okay. How do you use it? I can use 1 trillion shillings to destroy people or to build them up. Okay? How do I use my relationships? So the first person who you should be friend with is yourself. Don't be an enemy to who? To yourself. And one of the things that makes people enemies to themselves are things such as wasteful handling of resources. Just because it's your money. The second one is pride. Removes you from the ground and you begin to fly up there as though you'll never turn back to the ground to deal with things. That is all abuse of what? Of resources. So the first friend should be who? Yourself. Again, it even takes us back to self-control. Things like greed. And greed can talk to you so much that you can't see any sense other than just being greedy. And you can even destroy anyone before you just to make sure you get what you want. Great. Okay? The second friend is your spouse. And the third circle of friendship is your community. And that community includes church. You go on to the nation, and you go into the ends of the world. The world. Use worldly wealth to make friends for who? For yourself. I think that's fair enough. You can discover, find out a lot more from there. And please, number 2, after you've done that, by the way, we are still talking about the cost. We have talked about the spiritual cost. We have talked about the social cost. Then the third cost is the material cost. Material what? Cost. This is where now you talk about the tangible things, the things you touch, right? In any work, what are those things? Things like stock, things like what? Those things you use to do your business. Count them. Don't just do things. Count the cost. And then the other thing is the cost of time. What happens? It is materials and what? And the time plus the cost of labor, which gives you the cost in terms of money. Altogether, how many trips of cement do I need? Those things, those ones. They are the ones which you turn. What is the cost per trip? And then you put money, right? Now, if you have counted your cost and you can't manage, what do? Scale down. Do what? Scale within your means. I strongly advise so. Scale down to within your what? Means, what you can manage at that point. Keep building, so that you scale up. You can increase how far? Are you there? So, about to get married. Don't take only jobs. One which takes the other in America and the other in China. And then you go to China with a baby inside your stomach. You understand? And then the husband is where? In Ukraine. You understand? You will tear into pieces. That is true. I'm speaking this like I'm in a counseling room for you in that. Just being straight and clear. Please have some time to bond and agree in these things before you get into tearing into each other. And please set standards for families. Okay? Very important. Do I need to count anything more on that? You've counted the cost, haven't you? That's the way. Details, please, in your unique situation, find how to count. It costs. Man, here, these people here tell us a certain figure per being here a day. How to get? Now, when they put the figure, that is the cost of hire. We don't own the building. They just hire. That is the time passing. And you know how you people... no, let me start this business. When I pay the first 3 months of rent, they always ask 3 months. By the time the 3 months are over, someone is wondering, where do I get rent from? Did you count the cost? And how far it can take you? Are those things happening there? Yes? Carefully apportion the resources you have to use them well and not to abuse them. Carefully do what? Count what you have so that you may use it well. That's extremely important. And on this matter, as we get a little closer, I take you to John chapter 12. John chapter 6, sorry. It tells me something there. Sometime after this, Jesus crossed to the far shore of the Sea of Galilee, that is the Sea of Tiberias. And a great crowd of people followed him because they saw the miraculous signs he had performed on the sick. Then Jesus went up on a mountainside and sat down with his entire management team. Isn't that what you're reading there? Was he sitting with his managers? He sat besides the mountain with his entire management what? Team. Was he a businessman? Let me look at him as a businessman. The Jewish Passover was near. Of course, you are talking about timings. Huh? When Jesus looked up and saw a great crowd coming toward him, they were coming with all kinds of problems. They were hungry, they were sick, they needed help, they needed security. Whenever you see a gathering of people, know very surely that they have come, not just in a body, but together with a whole pile of problems. For you to do what? To solve. That is what it is. Whenever people keep coming, they come with what? Problems. And the best we do, sagala babizivu, stupid. Have you heard? People come with problems and you had better stop complaining about people having problem after problem after problem. The problems are for you to solve. You had better put yourself in that state. Okay? And listen. Let us see how these people responded. His management team. When Jesus looked up, verse 5, and saw a great crowd coming toward him, he said to Philip, one of his managers, maybe he was the manager of finance, "Where shall we buy bread for these people to eat?" He's asking, how do we solve this problem? Are we together? He asked this only to test him, for he already had in mind what he was going to do. So anyone who is sound and proper and ready to do his work must always have a sound mind. You see, he already had in mind. His mind was not crowded with problem. His mind was full of what? Solutions. Feed your mind with things that will help you towards and lead you towards a what? Solution. Stop complaining. Complaining just drinks what? Energy out of you and pulls down everyone else. This world will always have problems. And you had better turn yourself into a solver of those problems. And listen, he already had in what? Mind what to do. Who was this? So are you Christian? Are you like him? Who is a Christian? One who is like who? Right. So for him, he was focused on solving a problem. What do you focus on? Avoiding problems. So are you Christian? Yes, are you Christian then? Those are tough things. You had better stop talking about being Christian. Be one. Other than talk one. Are we together? And then he said in verse 7, Philip answered him. Listen to what Philip said. 8 months' wages would not buy enough bread for each one to have a bite. This problem is too big. And we don't have the solution. We don't have the resources. We don't have what to do. What is he seeing? He's seeing things which are impossible. It is impossible to deal with this. It is impossible to deal with it. It is impossible to deal with it. You need a lot before you can do it. I don't even have capital. Right? Are you there? If I'm creating my own things, you let me know. So that is Philip. So Philip and the team see what? Impossible things. Another of his disciples, Andrew, Simon Peter's brother, spoke up. Okay, here is a boy with 5 small barley loaves and 2 small fish. But how far will they go among so many? Okay, we have some little things here, but this can do very little compared to the size of the problem. So how many loaves? 5 small loaves. How much does a loaf cost? 4,000. 4,000 times 5, how much is that? 20,000. Write it down. Put a note there. Right? And how many fish do we have? 2. How much does a piece of fish cost? A small, they say it's small fish. So 15,000. So there are 2. How much is that? 30,000. So in total, what is available? 50,000, right? Write it down. Write it down. It helps. So they have 50,000. Now listen. Listen to what we have. Jesus said, the one who knew the solution, have the people sit down. So step 1, if you are going to solve a problem, step 1, sit down. The other word for it is called settle. It's called what? How many things do you solve when you're unsettled? You can solve no problem when you are just jumping around, and I'm not even saying just jumping in the body. I'm saying jumping inside your spirit. Jumping. Your mind is jumping. Stop being jumpy. Gather your mind and your heart together, and you will see what you will be able to see. Step 1. Step 2, settle. He's telling them settle what? Down. 2, there was plenty of grass in that place, and the men sat down, about 5,000 of them. 5,000 people are going to have lunch. How much does a fair lunch cost? 20,000. 20,000? Just a fair one. An ordinary one, okay. How much? 5,000. How much? 5 to 8. So we take an average of 6, 5? 6, 5. Okay, times 5,000. How much would that cost? Hey, we want to go mathematical. You know, people want to do work and they want to count the cost, right? Let's count it and see. What does it say? Is it 300? 30 million. You write it down. How much do they have? How much do they need to serve the 5,000? What goes on in your mind? If you have a 30 million budget and you have 50,000 in your pockets, what would you think? Understood? You know, this is a kindergarten story. And Jesus, he converted. Do we get to the details? To learn the lessons. Kindergarten is school. Jesus converted the money and he fed many people. We left that one in Sunday school. And we are meeting now here as adults. Doing what? I don't know whether they are lessons. Anyway, they counted all together. That is what they needed. Now, this is what he did. Step 1, settle. Step 2, Jesus then took the what? The loaves. He took the 50,000. All right? And gave what? So step 2, give what? For what you have. without complaining about what you don't have. Give thanks for what you do what? Without complaining about what you do not have. Very hard. And we complain so much about what we don't. I don't have this, I don't have this, I don't have this, I don't have this, I don't have. Come on. When will you be thankful for what you have? Give thanks for the little resources you have compared to the big problem before you. Give thanks for what you have. Step 3. Distribute. He distributed those who were seated as much as they wanted. He did the same with the fish. So the next thing to do is to do what? Distribute. Do what? Distribute. Distributing in resource terms means budget. Budgeting is part of. Budgeting should be part of whatever you do. Budget the time, budget the resource, budget every form of resource, budget. I will need this for this for the other, this for the other, this for the other to accomplish. That's what you do. All together. And when he distributed, what appeared to be very little began to do what? Let's go back to multi and fill the what? All together. Use the 50,000. Put it in such a way equivalent to Ecclesiastes chapter 11 verse 1. And we are not going to read that one. All together. Put it in equivalent to what? Ecclesiastes 11 verse 1. All together. The 50,000 is what will do what? Multiply. Multiply what you have. Learn a mind of multiplying what you have. And without that mind, 6,000 shillings that began this work would not be here with you. And that is part of the biggest things I keep doing. Together with this entire team, as you see it. I have to be balanced all the time in the heart. We have to keep multiplying. And what we multiply, we keep multiplying. And the extras we get, we say, hey, but there is a cause for which we stand. We have to build a nation together. Family sense must go on. All together. Yes, it costs so much, but we have done it so that we may not beg. After here, man, we are going to deal with things and we count the time. And you know how much it costs to run just 1 minute in this work? It costs, right now it is costing 3,600 shillings per minute. That is the money that we have to make sure we generate to keep doing the work that has to be done. And I'm talking about in terms of minutes. Right? After multiplying, we end there. Now we were there. Now we have too many what? Resources. Some people say ebitala byanta. What do they do when ebitala bibatadde? Whoa. Kugendako out. It is okay. Who tells you should always be gloomy? Come on, have some time. But most importantly, it says, are you there? Now, verse 12. When they had had all enough to do what? To eat, he said to his disciples, gather the pieces that are left over. Let nothing be wasted. Let nothing be wasted. Don't waste. And that's where we become dangerous to ourselves. And in that case, put in brackets, no wastage, put in brackets, Luke 15, verse 11 to verse 16. You will find it there by yourself. Okay? So what is it we are having? Is this a kindergarten story? When did you first hear about this story? Way back, right? And you left it there. Had we ever seen the fullness of the reality of how helpful and essential it is for us as adults? Didn't God give us all the wisdom that we need to deal with matters? And we are talking about setting a system of what? Work. Don't lose that. And number one, we talked about tasks arranged to function well. Now we are talking about what? Resources deployed to function well. And what does he say? Build and maintain discipline in handling resources. Very, very important. When you have had too much, maintain financial discipline. The other way to say it, resource management what? Discipline. Indiscipline is one of the biggest problems we have in our lives. So indisciplined. But here it is, you open for yourselves in Proverbs 27. It says, are you in Proverbs 27, verse 23 to verse 27? An investment. Be careful, you know the condition of your finances. Do you have any flocks here? If you don't have cattle, what do you do? Put together what you have. Be sure you know the condition of your finances. Give careful attention to your revenues and your what? Expenses. Give careful attention to your incomes and what? Expenses. Be sure. What does it mean to be sure? What does it take to be sure? Carefulness, sensitivity at all times. Is that how you are living? Hello? Okay. Riches do not endure forever. And a crown, a business, does not always move on a smooth line. Work is not always smooth. Seasons come when you have too much, and seasons come when there is so low. And you must be very careful in every season. Season in, season out. And what does it say? When you receive so much income, please gather it in. Am I reading verse 25 like you are? Or I'm distorting. Am I distorting the message? You know, the issue is you are not farmers. For me, I've ever farmed and I'm able to scan through what this all means. Basically, grass for those people, I mean the animals and everything is brought in during the times of high rains. So some of the grass is cut and kept safely for times when there is no grass. But the best we do here is to let the grass grow, burn it sometimes. When it comes to dry times, then the animals die. Then we say, government, When the MP is in parliament, he's receiving 25 million per month. There is okay, is okay, is okay. After 5 years, and he's out of parliament, Museveni kolachi. But listen, if you know the seasons and you are giving careful attention to the condition of your incomes against what? Expenses. What do? Then you will get the wisdom of doing what? The lambs will provide you with what? Consumption. Things to use on your expenses, right? And the goats will give you an investment in real estate. Is that buying some land? Is that investment? Think about it. You will have plenty of what? Finances to do what? To manage your operations and to feed you and your families. To get some money for buying an extra VTs. You understand? And pay school fees in where? In time. Is it clear? Financial what? That's what financial discipline does. You are not under pressure to borrow from this bank, then you borrow from the next bank, then you get and borrow from the third bank to pay the first bank because they are pressurizing you. Then you go to the fourth bank to pay the second one, but meanwhile you didn't pay all the loan from the first one, so you have to pick up, and then you do. Then at the end of that, my property is going, and then you lose it and say, bank can be. Hello? Do these things happen in your communities? Financial what? Indiscipline. Build and maintain discipline in handling what? Very important. You will be careful in knowing the condition of your resources. You will plan for varied what? Seasons. Even to know that these are seasons of low revenue. Yes. And then these are seasons of what? High activity. You know what you will require in that time. Even how much effort you have to put in order to balance things off. And your work moves smoothly as though there are no seasons. What happens? For me, I will not buy clothing of Christmas for my family in November. I buy them in August. This shirt here, you see, is very expensive in November. I will buy it 1 million. But when I buy it now, I will buy it 20,000. Can you imagine? Because, we keep making from each other Christmas, isn't it? We are going to make what? Christmas. Begin to learn to read the seasons. Hello? Back to school, they will do what? Milk you to pack a what? You know the things which you need, you go out when people are fighting for them. You be out. When they are out, you go in. It's wisdom. Hello? Do you read the seasons? And life becomes very manageable. Very what? Wisdom. Okay? Invest. Please learn also to do what? Don't consume all the money that you make. Put some money aside as a deliberate decision that this is for investment. Why? Because you know the tasks you have planned and you know how much it costs. Put some money aside. Keep building, keep building, keep building, keep building until you do what? You are able to do things. So you either improve the work you are doing, don't eat all of it because, they say like a fisherman, he eats everything he makes. Because tomorrow he will go and get some more. Members, there is more to eat, but I hope those are enough nuggets for you to keep cracking. The details shall be handled at that time. Understood? So people should be deployed to function. Go to the other list. So resources are deployed to do what? To function. And we've seen that. Now we need to see how people are deployed to function in that system of work. Okay? So we go to where we are. Genesis again. You remember Jesus told us, come you who are blessed. From where? From the very beginning. Jesus told us in Matthew 25. You remember? Come you who are what? Blessed by my Father. Take your inheritance, the kingdom, do and what? Say it for you. From the very beginning. So we go back to Genesis chapter 2. Genesis chapter 2 on matters of deploying people. I begin with verse 15. Look at what it is saying. The Lord God took took Kisa and put him he gave him a family. And he is meant to have a great responsibility of working and taking care of that family. True or false? Okay. So basically we are talking about work, right? So the man is not just meant to be there. Just to be what? There is a responsibility given to this person in the family. Men who are here, you had better not look this or the other way. Sometimes men are just looking to manufacturing children, right? Right? Producing children and not fathering them. It's one thing to produce a child. It's another to father them. And we have so many producers of what? Children who are unfathers. Unfathers is the opposite of father. Okay? But this person is given a responsibility. He's given a home and a what? A responsibility. And next, and the Lord God commanded the man, you are free to eat from any tree in the garden, but you must not eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, for when you eat of it, you will surely die. He's speaking to the man. And he's giving him standards. Is that what we have said already? There are instructions given by the Lord that are meant to be fulfilled by this man in his family. Now, after he has given him those instructions, verse 19, what does he say? He gave him a family, he gave him work to do, and he gave him rules to follow, standards of operation, system of how to do what? Fulfill the what? The work. And then he said, the Lord God said, it is not good for Kisa to be alone. I will make a helper suitable for him. Please, not just any helper. What kind of helper are we talking about here? Suitable helper. Underline the word suitable. So that's why just because you have grown up and you are of age, then you don't think, you just don't go and pick up anyhow just to do, please, suitable what? Helper. That is a help system. That is a responsibility support system. And the suitable helper also came in with a womb within her. True or false? To produce more what? More people to do what? To help in the work. So he's building a team to fulfill a responsibility. That's what it means. Not just to be there. You know, sometimes when you are in the family and you are there, then you are not sure of what your responsibility. You keep turning around and around. Say, hey, I check up very well, thank you. Yeah, I love you. You say I love you today. I love you tomorrow. I love you today. He might ask you, why do you love me? Tugenda wa. People always ask you, tugenda wa, tulikuchi. Those are the questions. What are we up to? Come on. What are we up to? Tugenda wa. Then, you know, marriage can be stale when you are not clear on the direction we are going. The responsibility. Why does this family of ours exist? What are we up to as a family? What are we pursuing? Why do we wake up every morning to go out? Okay, to care for the children. Okay, you've given them the money, you've given them the fees, you've given... What else? And there are no vacuums on earth. The moment that vacuum is there, what is going to happen? It will be filled by whoever and whatever. And believe me, what fills up that vacuum is always turns out to be a volcano. Then you will see the family blowing up. You wonder, but they have everything. But they have this. What happens? Then we begin to play and have episodes of the rich also cry. That is it. And truly they cry. Purpose. So, the deployment in God's system, he always wants to work with what? Families. That's why he set a family such as that of Adam and what? Eve, together with the team that he was seeing was coming after. When that family failed, he went on to Noah. Noah, together with his wife, together with their what? 3 children, he saved the world in that. That was again a family. When they confused themselves in Genesis chapter 11, he picks on another family. He picks on Terah's family. Terah begins the journey, he ends somewhere and did what? And meandered somewhere. He picked on his son, Abraham, and he deals with him from inside. And when he stood, that's why today Abraham's family is still as influential as he first talked to it. And you see that family is very influential up till today. Including we carry big problems of that same family. Especially when you put it together that there is an Isaac and then there is an Ishmael. And they are fighting each other today. The most intense battles are not between Russia and Ukraine, but they are always in the Middle East there. They are very dangerous and very corrosive of 2 brothers of the same man. How are you managing family? That's why you find 2 brothers, the same veracity. Same what? But when daddy dies, and their property is there. Hello? So then you tell me you've piled up all those things. For who? How are you guiding those people to learn and have a clear sense of responsibility and how to handle that responsibility? And you think you can solve that in courts of law? The truth is here before us. So, deploying what? It begins looking within your family. There is nothing wrong with that. The truth is, in this work, yes, I begin to look within my family. What is my wife's role? And I put her where her strengths will be what? Emphasized. Not her inadequacies. If I place her where she is weak, it is like telling a fish, you can't fly. what's going to happen? Then you blame it. Can't you fly? Can't you fly? The fish will look at you. Probably the fish will ask, are you an idiot? How can you expect me to fly when I'm not designed to fly? Hello? So don't misplace what? People. If I find within my family there is nobody who can do a task, somebody else will do it because it's not even about me. It's about the one I'm serving and pursuing. So you don't have the skills within the family, do what? Source in the wider scope. Sometimes we hold on to things so much because this is a family thing. This one, I shall not do. You don't have someone who has skills to count money. Trust someone else. Put a system of how things are done. Our money. Then why do we have jobs of accountants and everything all over these places? But let me tell you, every accountant in some big bank has a system by which they operate. And they are able to tell when he does wrong, even within a minute. Because by evening, isn't it evening? Already South Africa knows how much money Stanbic Bank has made. Because Stanbic Bank actually belongs to some South Africa. And it doesn't really belong to South Africa. It belongs to CDC Group Inc. And the CDC Group Inc. is actually owned by the UK government. So Stanbic Bank belongs to the UK government. Go and find out. So it makes money out of you, and the UK lends you money which it has made out of you. You don't understand this thing. By the close of a particular hour, work hour, women knows how much they have made in profits and losses. With accountants. How together? Meanwhile, women immediately, CDC Group knows already how much money they have made in that day. And of course, I've again told you that CDC Group belongs to what? The UK government. So you didn't know even women is owned by UK government. It makes money out of you and then lends you. Hey, get to understand these things. But it is also the one which advises you, sell. Government doesn't make profit. That was some 20 years ago. And that's why you see there are quarrels of contract renew, not renew. We signed bad contract. Hello? Hello? Where does money come from? Hey! Wake up. That's enough for you. So deploy people. Let them do very well. It's okay. That's why we talk about the blessings of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Please, family getting involved, don't keep the family out. It is okay and healthy for them to be part of it. But the most important thing, Pastor Michael, make sure if you are involving your family, explain exactly how things run and the heart and the motive behind them, and keep emphasizing that. Otherwise you die, even that church dies with you. I have said it, and I don't regret it. Let me look at you straight in the eye so that you don't think I'm hiding behind the thing. I'm not scared of you. Hello? And is that how we should be stewards of God's work? Things must be sound and clear. That's how we're talking about management. People involved in the business must be what? Sound and clear. And can you look at Proverbs 26 verse 6 to begin with? Like cutting off progress or drinking or spoiling the work is entrusting a responsibility to a person who does not understand it. Have I read it correctly? Yes. What do the feet do for you? Movement. Okay, I am moving. Is that how you move? Hey, how do you move? Okay, I am moving. So what do the feet do? They help you to move what? Forward. Interpret that as progress. So if you entrust someone who does not understand the responsibility you have assigned to him, you are cutting off the progress of the work, of the enterprise, of whatever you are doing. And many times we do so. You are causing the business to be damaged, to be spoiled, to be deformed. And that is the violence against any business and against any work. And if you are working anywhere, be an asset, not a what? A liability. You are employed to be useful in that place. Don't be a complainer, a mixer of things. And sometimes we complain about how we are not promoted, how our resources are not increased, how our salaries are not increased, and we are not bothering to know exactly what is my role in this. How my business is not growing, but I'm not doing it well. And we do verse 10. What does verse 10 there do? Like an acre. Who does what? Who wounds at random is one who hires at what? You just hire anyone. Wadina yeye akawala anyambeko wano. I need a maid. You just pick anyone, anyhow. Then you complain about how they are terrible. In fact, if you hire a maid, the first thing to do is to make sure you train that person to know what you expect. Don't be a complainer. And you know how we get maids, eh? Those ones who have failed to be something are the ones we bring. Eh? The worst of all, our communities. Then the person has a lot of troubles have been downloaded onto the maid, and then they come. Where are they going to download those things? So don't complain. Are you there? Deploy people who are what? Who possess the skills needed for the role, for the work you are doing. And if you are doing it for the so-called family you are having, and you are saying you are placing them where their skills best fit, then do the same for everyone else. Don't misplace. If you misplace somebody, believe me, you are going to be the first to complain about the person. Whom you say, I've hooked somebody very good. You will see him unable to function because you have misdeployed him. Tell a bird to swim. What is going to happen? You will complain that it is not swimming. I put it here to do what? To swim. But now why isn't it swimming? Maybe the best thing to ask is, who is it? He is bad. What do you want it to do? To swim. What was it designed to do? To fly. So okay, you put it on a what? A weighing scale. Are you judging it properly? Misjudgment. Okay? So, with that, and if you want to understand skill is a combination of character and what? Competence. Those two things move together. And Exodus chapter 31, if you look at it, as we get to a conclusion of all this, it's okay to go to the university, it's okay to go to all these institutions. I recommend strongly that people should go for school altogether. But I have a battle of what is happening in school. But let me show you a deeper source. A deeper source of skills tells me in Exodus 31 verse 1 to verse 5 says, the Lord said to Moses, the Lord says to Pastor Godfrey, see, I have chosen a member of your congregation of the tribe of whatever that tribe is, and I have filled him with the Spirit of what? God. And this Spirit of God is actually doing 2-3 things. He's filling him with what? Skill, ability, and what? Knowledge in all kinds of work. To make artistic designs for work in gold, for work in silver, to cut down and set stones, to work in wood, to engage in all kinds of work, such as going on to be a salesman. I've given him the spirit and skills of being an accountant, of being a marketeer, of being a farmer, of doing all kinds of what? Work. Who gives that skill? Marketeer? God. By his spirit. Are we together? Now we are crying. You know, when we remove God from the universities and the school system, what happens? We produce some kind of people who seem to have some kind of skills, which we don't understand. Then people begin to say, you know, the education system these days, it is producing, what are we saying it's producing? Certain people we don't actually understand, who don't have skills. And recently, Makerere was calling back its graduates. We shall skill you for free. Having eaten your money and give you a certificate which is empty, now you come back and skill you for free. That's what the message is. True. Did Makerere say so? Now we are saying skilling graduates. Why do we need to skill them? We are only telling them we give them stupid things, empty papers. And that's why, to me, when somebody comes with their papers in the work we are doing, I respect those papers. And I say, I want you as you. I want to see if what these papers are saying are in you. Now, when I see they are not in the person, the first thing I say, I am ready to help you become. But you must have an attitude which is what? Teachable. I also have to assess, is this person teachable enough? If he's not teachable enough, I will explain to her, I don't have a job at the moment, just to be wise. But I know you are very useful. But right now, I don't have a place for that kind of work you are looking. But meanwhile, when you go there, think about this, make sure you put yourself in a mind of what? Of doing what? Of learning. If you learn, who knows when you come back another time. But I'm actually telling you, please, if you adopt a teachable attitude, I can even bring you in here. Of course, you did we say social cost? Amen? As we come to a conclusion, men and women, maintain God at the core of the work. 1 Corinthians gives us a picture of what all this work is all about. Sometimes we remove God from work, and Pastor Kisa, we should not send people, go and work. Let me tell you something. Yes, Pastor Sunday, you remember very well. We met with Pastor Sunday over radio, all right? And we continue the journey. But the times I was speaking on radio over matters of work, it was like a taboo. It was like a taboo. And I was telling people, like, let me say this to say Pastor Kisa, please chase people out of church so that they go and serve God. Because in church, they are turning around and around and beginning to eat each other and create a factory of rumors. Because they are redundant. Right? 1 Corinthians chapter 12, what is it telling me? Now, about spiritual gifts, brothers, I do not want you to be ignorant. You know that when you were pagans, somehow or the other, you were influenced and led astray to mute idols. Therefore I tell you that no one who speaks by the Spirit of God says Jesus be what? Cursed. And no one can say Jesus is Lord except by the Holy Spirit. And what does he say, verse 4? There are different kinds of what? Gifts. But who gives all those gifts? I want to say even this videographer here, that gift is given to you by the Lord, that you may even take this image so that people may hear his message to the world and to this nation. That nothing will solve this if we continue doing evil. And the government is not going to solve the evil. It is individuals who have chosen to learn the truth, who have done what? Denied themselves a Saturday to have some entertainment today. And chosen to hear what they are hearing. And resolved to do something. Because this is not just about hearing things. It should lead you to an action. It should lead you to doing something good for building our nation. And I'm not talking about patriotism. It's about a security for your great-grandchildren. For the goodness of this nation. If you travel around a little bit, you realize Ugandans are said to be unserious, lazy. Those are the two most prominent things that we are known for as Ugandans. And people come here knowing we are that. So the best thing they do, they also come along with all their expatriates and serious people. And for you are given those jobs, even when you have better skills. Nobody trusts us. Nobody even trusts things from Uganda. Even just Kenya here chases away your maize. Why? Hello? Every gift, there are different kinds of what? Gifts by the same Spirit. There are different kinds of service, but the same Lord. There are different kinds of working, but the same God works all of them in all men. So work is actually about service to God. In short, that is it. Of course, we talked about what? Set the layers of what? Work. That one we dealt with last time. Please make sure you do that. Entrepreneur, manager, place people rightly. There are gifts in those levels. And please administer skills. I'm saying manage the people very well. What happens? Whenever you create an entry, okay? Make sure you also create a what? An exit. The first person who is always on the edge of on the exit in the work entrusted unto me by the Lord, and I can't do it by myself, but with a larger team, the first person who is on the first on the line of those who should be exiting is Mrs. Mwesigwa. Have you heard that? Have you heard that? Why? She plays around with it. And I compromise that. What's going to happen? What's going to happen? Things get spoiled. So she has the highest standards of what? Weighing her up. That is tough to say, especially in a public meeting. Yes. And I'm unashamed of that. She's weighed up with higher what? No room for error. Hello? That is a big surprise. Do I love her? I do. And love takes me to that level. I can't just let her be. Her. And the person who can be least qualified when he screws himself up is me. How many things can go wrong when I lose track? When I lose myself, how many things can go wrong? I am on almost on the edge, almost on a point of I cannot commit an error. And man, by the time people I serve with get to things, they just see perfect things. But man, they are not perfect. What I go through to produce the perfection is too much. Yes. There is a lot of work attached to it. Did we say what? Self-government. And you know we like to be self-governing. But do we govern ourselves really inside there? Is that clear? Yeah. So do you see how we deploy people? And even create, this is how you enter, and this is how you exit. Fail on these standards, even with mercy given to you, mercy given to you, mercy given to you. Mercy is not abusable. I don't allow mercy to be abused. Hello? I give mercy. But the issue is, I don't allow mercy to be abused. When I see this person is now taking it for granted, I slap without regret. And I might kick without blinking for the good of that person. If he gets up and wakes up, awakens altogether within himself, I am ready to serve with the person as I am ready to not to serve with the person. But the standards are set clear. I could be telling lies. Mr. Jita, what is it? Is it any different from things are what? Yeah, rise up. The kicks and slaps. Have you ever been slapped by me? Yes. See, you stand up, look at them. Stand up and look. Have I ever been slapped by? Have I ever slapped you? Yes. And kicked you? Yes. And boxed you? Yes. How did you feel?
First you feel terrible, but after, when you realize your mistakes and ready to correct yourself, then you feel that what I did was foolish.
Uh-huh.
Then you're ready to move.
And ready to move. Have you ever run away from me? I'm talking about real. This is not academics. Of course, the forms of slaps and boxes, that is a detail. Not for now. Right? Like, how would you get back to a place where you are kicked and slapped and boxed? Francis, am I talking academics? You thought so? He's there. That list there is actually displaying the entire basis of management. Anything, any form of management is based on that. Tell me anything about management which is not in those 4 statements. So we are talking about managing work. How work gets managed. Have you ever been in a place you want to do something and then you don't understand? I don't understand how things are done here. What does that mean? No system of work. That's what it means. And that frustrates so many what? People. Okay? Work processes. That's it. Number 2, how monies are what? Apportioned to do the things. You see the problem, they give us the work, but they don't give us the resources. But there are even people who enter into places, and what they think they need, what they want is not what they need. It becomes my job to explain to someone with clarity the work he's been deployed to do, and the resources he needs to do that work, and including the what? The standards of how he should handle himself, character matters, and fourthly, how the kind of skills he needs. It even becomes a job for me to know, okay, he needs this skill, but he doesn't have it. This is how it should be got. All together. Be the example today. Rise up. I know you are mature enough to understand.
Yes. Personally, I'm an artist, and there are some works I was meant to do, but I was not a graphic artist. I didn't know how to use the programs on the computer. So
What would you use computers for?
play music, watch movies, only that. That was that. But one day, it was during COVID, and then I had to walk some journey to see Mr. Mwesigwa. And he told me, but you need this skill, learning how to use the computer programs. So I told him, but I know someone I can work with and he can teach me, but the person was not willing to teach me free of charge. So Mr. Mwesigwa had to pay the bill for me to learn. And then as we worked, we went on, I got the skill, and as we continued, along the way he told me, but you also need this skill. Find someone to teach you. And then I got another person. Actually, it was me finding people to teach me. And then he sent me, I saw someone else, and someone taught me how to use also another program and how to apply some new skills. But at the same time, he himself knew something about the program. So he gave me some time and he taught me what he knew. So that's what I guess.
But what did I call you when we were initiating around COVID time? What did I call you?
A murderer.
Yes. So I'm working with who? And he knows our code and what it called. Now there is a lot behind. There is a lot that explain that. You are a murderer. And are those easy words? Yeah. And of course, as I speak them, to you they sound very and terrible. But again, how do you work with a murderer? Now there is a lot to deal with. But anyway, third point here, it is called human resource management. In short, managing what? People. This one here. But it is a single statement. If you take it lightly, valuable things don't come with a lot of excitement to pa. Now the pa. But they are packaged in a simplified form. If you take them lightly, even when you take these things we are talking about lightly, you will come back and say, I wish I had done the other. I hope that it starts the answer. If you give me 3 hours, I am ready. If you give me 3 hours, I'm ready to deal with that. Of course, managing people includes managing your family within where? And please, it goes along with another thing. Justice. Yeah? Those ones. Then finally, how accountabilities are done. Accountability. Don't think things are finished. How do people account for what is meant to be done? Can you go finally? Please, I'm requesting for just 5 or so minutes. Complete. I'm not doing a good service to this one because I'm aware of the time. 2 places I will show you and why accountability is done. I will just do a bit of decoding. You see, Genesis chapter 1 is where we pick on the what? Accountability. The creator of heaven and earth gave us how we give an accountability. Accountability begins with Genesis chapter 1. We read verse 1 up to verse 11. And God said, verse 3, let there be what? Light. And there was light. God saw that the light was good, and he separated the light from darkness. Things must not be done in a mix. So one of the things you check, how clear are things being done? How together? Separating things, you don't mix up things. And then too he said, God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. There must be a clear description of what is being done. Finally, and there was evening, and there was morning, the first day. Are you seeing that? But where did we begin from? God said, let there be light. And there was what? Light. And God saw it was God. How will you see something unless you check it? Are you seeing the practice of God? And if you look at every other part of what? The creation he did, he always first looked at what he did, and he saw it was good. He did not end a day without checking what he had done to see if it is good. And if it is not good, what do? You improve. You make better. Why did it go wrong? How can I make it better? What went wrong? How can I make better? What went on good? What made it good? How can we maintain it? That's the way. That's what accountability is all about. How were tasks what? Performed? Good or bad? How together? How do we improve? If it is good, how do we strengthen? If it is bad, how do we correct the wrongs? If you don't have a system of accountability, you end up like what we saw in Proverbs 26 verse 11. What does it say? Without accountability, you end up with Proverbs 16:11. 26:11. What does it say? And every day that passed, God checked what he had done. What does it say? Read it aloud. Hey.
Like a dog that returns to its vomit.
Yes.
Is a fool who repeats his folly.
Yes. Like a dog that returns to its vomit is a fool who does what? Repeats his folly. If you make a mistake today and you keep repeating the same mistake, if you don't check, you will keep repeating the same mistake. If you don't check, you will keep repeating the same mistake. And you will actually be a what? A fool that keeps returning to their mistakes. Do you see where foolishness begins from? Accountability. How to get? If you have deployed resources and you don't know how resources are moving, how will you know if you are wasting? How will you know if you are managing well? How will you know? Do you keep a record of the things that you are doing? Because accountability begins with keeping a record of what is being done, how it is being done, how much resources are being used to do it, and then also how are people doing it? How are people behaving? How are people doing their work? Is that all accountability? Some people choose to call it monitoring and evaluation. Okay, give it that name. You are monitoring the progress you are making, and you are evaluating the quality of what is being done. You monitor progress, evaluate quality. But people just say M and E, and bothered about what they're actually doing, monitoring. What are you monitoring? You are monitoring the work and how it is being done, and how well it is being done. You are monitoring the resources which we have done this. How much resource did we need? How do we improve next? That is what accountability does. Look at the Lord Jesus Christ himself as I come to a conclusion, so that verse 13, Matthew 13 to 16. When Jesus came to the region of Caesarea Philippi, he asked his disciples, "Who do people say I am?" Okay? I mean those people. What do customers talk about us? What do they say? What do the suppliers talk about us? Okay? Are the customers satisfied or they are not? Hello? Am I talking about something practical? Okay. They said some said this, some said the other. People will interpret. They will have their own interpretation of whatever you are doing. Altogether, you have to be sensitive. What am I out to do? Okay? How does it continue? They replied, some say John the Baptist, others say Elijah, and still others Jeremiah. Oh, something. Okay. And then he said, how about you, managers, you guys? He asked, who do you say? Is that an internal evaluation? How do you begin to evaluate a boss? Okay. Hello. But you know, somehow, when you put certain and then people won't ask, they talk. You know, people are not stupid. They evaluate, they put people on a weighing scale. They do, whether you know it or not. And if you muzzle them, they will speak behind the walls there. But you see, we don't understand our boss. But they will do it. And what will happen? Even the gas goes down. Anyway, in short, make the work so difficult to be part of. Right? Make it very difficult for people to enter into the work you are doing. And also make it very difficult for them to leave. That is a proverb I'm giving you. What I'm saying, don't just pick on anyone and employ them anyhow and do what? And then secondly, make it so good inside that somebody finds no reason to quit. Finds no reason to do what? I'm not saying don't make it a playing ground. Again, work. System of work is what? Clear. 2, resources as and when they are needed. 3, do what? Deploy them properly. And give an account. And what's the purpose of accountability? Not merely to hold people. Yeah, I saw it. Okay. It's okay to see them. And most importantly, I'm saying, what do you do when you see them? Okay? Again, you are the guinea pig here. This one is the experiment for us. You stand up. What loss did you make? Yes, was it yesterday?
Not yesterday. It was last week.
Last week.
Monday.
Which date was that?
Monday.
Monday. Mm-hmm. I go to you.
Anyway, we are printing some work, putting some work out, and there are some mistakes I did in the work that cost 150,000 in 30 minutes.
So what did 150,000? What do we do with it? Throw it in the basket.
Yes, it was thrown.
So you were charged.
There are costs there, but they couldn't.
People, there are times when I allow error to happen, right? But I don't entertain what? Continuity in what? So you say, next time, this is how you avoid what? Errors. So one mistake is excusable. A second mistake is what? A third one. When you continue that way, you are setting yourself up for what? That's the point. God bless you. Accountability. To make better.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mwesigwa, for all that labor in explaining these things to us. Let's give him a hand clap. The bottom line is there are ideas we've picked up, we have had today. And we are joining these ideas from what we shared last time. Go back and dig deeper and let's apply it to our own work. Whether you're an entrepreneur or a manager or a handyman somewhere or a taskman somewhere, let us go and apply these things and get better as we progress.
Bind us together, Lord, bind us together with cords that cannot be broken. Bind us together, Lord, bind us together, Lord, bind us together in love.
Family Sense is on a mission of teaching God's truth for reforming marriages and building families throughout the nation. Stability of our nation can only be realized with well-founded families and marriages. We therefore invite you to engage in Family Sense gatherings. Should you have any questions or need specific assistance, please feel free to contact us on 0772 518 554 or 0754 73 4738. You can also email us on noregrets@counselor.com. God bless you. We look forward to seeing you next time.